Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind.
Unscramble minds. Unscramble minds.
Peace and love, everyone. Happy Hump Day. It's Dulcinea.
Yes,
Dot.
yes. Happy Wednesday. Sorry, y'all. How y'all doing? It's Dots.
Peace, everybody. Welcome to the show. This Nisha.
Peace and love, everybody. It's the middle of the week. I'm tired. It's Sister Freedom, Big Mama.
Girl, you sounded tired.
I'm tired, yeah.
You said, you came in like Eeyore. Peace and love. It's been a long week.
Yes.
Oh, dang. All right, so we're going to talk about some things tonight, but what I wanted to talk about since at the end, I think it was when Sonetta was playing Brother Larry. I was actually in the chat, and he was saying that he wanted to have like an intervention with me as of such. Would sit down with some scholars about it, and he was saying that a lot of what everybody else says about the whole it's self-hate, you hate Africans, we don't want to be Black because there's a self-conscious thing associated with it. So before we get into like just breaking down Black and all those different things, I just want to see and get all of our opinions or anything. Should we be okay with self-identifying as Black?
Should you know what? Do you think? Are we gonna play a clip?
Yeah, we could definitely play a clip. You mean the clip from the show or a different clip?
Yeah, yes. Like to because I didn't see it, so just to reference what you were saying. I think
Sure, yeah, I'll pull it up.
But repeat your question one more time.
Should we in the community be okay with identifying as Black?
Oh, okay. So you should know my stance, or people should know my stance by now. How about this? You should be able to self-identify however you choose to self-identify. Point blank in the period. That should be always verified, backed up, right? Through you beginning to question your family line, your lineage. That's how it begins. That's where the verification process, right? Then starts. Okay, so forth and so on. And then there's many lanes to choose, but how you choose to identify, how I choose to identify personally, right? It's no one's business. It shouldn't offend anybody. It shouldn't bother anybody. It shouldn't tickle anyone's funny bone. It shouldn't get them all in a tether. It shouldn't get them all mixy. You know what I'm saying? Like, so a person have the right to self-identify how they choose, point blank in the period. And the other piece to that is, just sort of unpacking and understanding and knowing more and more about, what statuses mean, right? How words came to be, what they are associated with, right? On our U.S. census, legally, financially, ... no pun intended, right? So there's like a lot to unpack in, in terms of it, because truthfully, when we think, in my opinion, when I think of the word Black, I mean, who gave me that term, right? Who decided that the way my phenotype is that, I am quote unquote black, because I don't think that I voted for that election, right? So how did that come to be? So there's like a lot of nuances to that. So that's where I'll land. I did it under almost 3 minutes, y'all. Boop, boop.
I got
Go ahead, sis.
who me?
Yeah, I thought you was about to say something.
No.
Oh,
I
okay.
was messing with that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, my sentiments exactly, dots. I mean, I feel like you can identify however you want to identify. I think we put a little bit too much weight on the exact terminology to put on all of these different people, all of these different black people with so many different ethnicities inside of them. So if you want to identify, if you want to take a piece of it and identify as that, do that. If you want to exclude other things and just stick on one thing, identify however you want. Whatever makes you happy, whatever floats your boat, don't make me none. I'm done.
Well, my opinion of that particular situation is black is now being used as a term of endearment. It's a proudful term. Um, we've been put down so much that we sort of said we proud to be whoever we are. We kept feeling down and bad about whatever name that's been put on us. It's been like a negative kind of condemnation. So if we, when we was colored, it was a problem. When we was Negroid, it was a problem. When we were called African, it was a problem. So now we're supposed to be being called, being proud of being called African. Now, even if we're not from Africa, but we could have some form of bloodline descendant of it. But why we're here in American and we're of dark hue and we are proud to be called black. Okay. To us, to a lot of people, I'll put it like that. It's not something bad. To some people, it's a social contrast. It just, this is something that people just say. But I've always been red, black, and green. So, that is what it is. So, if you want to make it a bad thing, you can make it a bad thing. If you want to keep it as something that you're proud of, then keep it as something that you're proud of. But I'm going to say like this, I look good in black. Make me look a lot smaller. So I'm okay with black. So I don't got no problem with it. I'm black and I'm proud. So that's why I have to say about it. And peace, everybody. Thanks for coming in. Dulcie.
Yes, peace. I was just gonna say, agreeing with you. Like, I still don't care what no one says. I look good in red, black, and green, and yellow.
Okay.
Those crochet dresses, okay?
Oh,
Don't make me and
oh,
put like
I
and
might
put
put a black hat.
the holy leaf on the front. But anyways, I was just gonna say really quickly, and then I'll play the clip of what I feel like black. Like, I definitely understand what you're saying, Sister Freedom, and I think I can understand the dual concept of it all. Of like, okay, they gave it to us, they used it as to color out who we really are, who our family is. So I can understand it from that side, but I can also understand it from a prideful side of being like, okay, it's connected us no different than like black, having black pride, or a brown skinned girl or anything like that that is supposed to big us up as we've been neglected, in society. But I also can see where that's not just our story, and then it ties in multiple to the people, not just even Africans. Like, we stop there, but there's Asians that have the same experience all over the world, where the darker skin, darker hue people are discriminated against. And that does unify us on being like, there's this caste system that has been against darker skinned people. But let me go ahead and
That's just like somebody say, you this, you that, and then you say, well, I'm proud of it then. And it just started like that, you know?
Right, exactly. Let me know you guys can hear it. I'm about to press play.
You're gonna have. I'm gonna sit you down, Dulcinea, with Professor James Smalls, Baba Hayawata Kamene. You're gonna have to sit down with these people because it seems like to me like, correct me if I'm wrong, Dulcie, but I think you hate being an African, what we call African now. You know what I'm talking about, sister? Am I correct in saying that you're not a black woman, so to
Let's
speak?
be separate entities.
You know, a woman from the continent of Africa. Let me try to say it. Let's do it. Oh shit. See, one thing about Dulcinea is she's not afraid. She said, let's do it. But you can't be up there off the elders now. You gotta listen more. You gotta listen. You know? You got to listen. So Dulcinea. No, black is a color. So is white.
I told I'm not white
And
either.
if I was to ask
I know that's right.
you what color you are, you're gonna give me a color, right? Slick. You're gonna say, oh no, I'm brown. I'm brownish. Well, brown is also a color, Dulcinea. So when you say no, black is a color, so is brown, Dulcinea. So if I ask you, let me ask you, watch this. What color would you say you are, Dulcinea?
You are a former brown though, but we talking about the social construct.
What color would you say you are?
Sword said I
In
should
the
have
crown
started
box,
stuff.
Dulcinea.
You should have said red. I was like, no, I was not gonna do
None of them.
They say green. Same color as Osiris.
I am not a
Right.
clown.
Oh, I should
Now, see, this is where we begin to play games. This is where we
Wait, I
begin
didn't hear
to
your
play
answer.
games.
I can't
You
hear.
are
What was
definitely
your answer?
a color.
Oh well, I'm
We can
sorry
see
because
the
my answer's on the
color
side
of
here.
you. Unless we
I
forgot
said
what
I'm
color
not a
mean now. Now we don't
crown.
know our colors no
I
more.
said
Like you
that's
see my
not a
hat?
person.
I got on the red
like
cap.
I'm not a crown. I'm a person.
When you look
Okay.
at me, I'm like what?
I never saw on the
Brown?
red.
Wait, let me hear.
Brown? Brown, you can see it. Come on, y'all, stop playing games with it, man. I could put up people, you'll see they yellow, yes, tan. Huh?
Okay, so I have a
So
question.
now Dulcinea
Oh, I thought
don't
you
want to
said
tell
sorry.
us which shade she is because she
Okay. What was your question? Sorry.
No. I thought you had stopped that. I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead, finish playing it. I'll ask after the clip.
I said caramel cream. He light skin.
made a mistake, Dulcinea, and you said, I am not black. Black is a color. And so when I responded by saying, all the colors, brown, red, they all colors. Now you saying you are not no color. Come on
But
now.
just
Come on,
because
Dulcinea. Even Brother Lodge shaking his head. You know he likes to shake his head a lot. He's right now shaking his head, man. Because he know that's not real, Sister Dulcinea.
but they're two
So,
separate entities.
I'm
Her
gonna ask you
complexion
again
is
to
a
redeem
complexion
yourself,
wrong,
Dulcinea.
but the social construct
Right.
is
What color would you say
powerful things.
you are, Dulcinea? Tan, light brown, dark brown. What? How would you describe yourself if you was to have to use a color? Talk to me.
Okay. Got it.
You can't get out of that one. If you have to use a color to describe yourself, Dulcinea, what would that be? What color would that be?
It is actually brown. Like, come on now.
See, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, Dulcinea. But that is also a color. See?
But it's separate. He know that
So
that's
we
different,
know
right?
everybody for
But
the
that's not
last
who I
damn
am,
time.
though. So that's
No,
So
not
but
who I
We'll
am.
stop
use
That's
it there.
what,
black
No,
as
say
a
you can stop it.
political
You want to stop it
term
there so
just
we
to
could.
describe who we all are.
wait a
That's
minute,
all it
Doc.
is.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
I
we
all.
understand
can.
exactly what she's saying, but he's
This is
not. But
black.
he's on two separate
We know.
entities.
Do I look
No, I
like
know that.
this?
No, I was saying if she wanted to stop it,
No,
stop
we
it to
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
talk
we
about.
can pause it right here, and then I can keep it up. But yeah,
we're
so
not.
that's what I mean as far as to say different. I understand, if you're going, that's why I say I'm not a crown, I'm not a color, because I understand if you draw a picture of me, you're gonna use the color brown. But what does that have to do with saying that's who I am or what are you? I wouldn't say like a color is who I am. But
So
what
you
do y'all
changed
say?
the narrative of what he's talking about. That's what you did when you dislike
No,
he's
because where he started off is black. So first off, he started with black. Then he's changing it to brown. Brown and black is totally different. Brown is the color you would use to draw me. Black is a social construct. They're not the
right.
same.
Exactly. But you said that's not who I am. He was talking about who you. Well, he changed it too. Sorry, because first he started talking about African and black. That's two separate entities. One is a construct, like you said, and what another is a continent that he's assuming that you are from, but you was born here in America. It's just two. The narratives is being changed all over the place. You
Yeah,
see what
that's
I'm
where I
saying?
started. I don't think you saw that in the beginning because I don't think I pointed out to look at the side in the chat, y'all, for what I was
Yeah.
saying. But that's what
Yeah.
I started off saying is like when he said, "Are you black? Are you Are you from Africa?" I said, "No, I'm not black, and no, I'm not from Africa. I'm from America."
Yeah, they
And
need to be careful when they make that statement.
but I said, no, I do not hate Africans, nor do I hate Africa or, well, I would say as far as when it comes black is more like a love-hate relationship, but I guess we can talk about
Right.
that
Right.
as continues. What were you going to ask, Dots?
Okay, well, you kind of answered you answered the question because I was gonna say to what was your answer to his question when he was saying you are black. So I have another question but let me say this because um because even I was there at one time where oftentimes like I feel like when we have these conversations, right, it tends to get very disrespectful. And so because of that, when people hear, right, I am not African American, I am bop bop bop, or I am not this, I am that, right? It almost as if it's an immediate, like they take it as disrespect. And what they hear, and what I used to hear was wait, it sounds like you hate yourself. Wait, are you saying you not quote unquote black? What, you don't like to be from Africa? Like, what's the problem? Like, what's really good with what you're saying, right?
Manipulative.
So the reason why I would hear it that way is because let's be clear, a lot of the conversations that have been had around this very topic have been very disrespectful, right? People, I ain't African, they nasty, they dirty, they this, they that, or I'm not I'm Native American, or I'm not Indian, or I'm not Moor, or I'm not Hebrew, or I'm not this, I'm not that, right? I'm not you're this, you're pseudo, you're a science, I'm not it gets very disrespectful, right? So
What
people
you
Oh,
hear it
I
as
mean?
agree.
disrespect. So why, and I was there at one time, and and I'm telling you, it sounded very disrespectful. So a lot of the important points of what we're really saying or what a person is really saying gets lost in that conversation. So my question to you ladies would be, and also peace to the chat and to you guys as well, why do you think, I gave you my answer, but I'm curious your answer, why do you think people assume that you are rejecting parts of yourself and that you must have some form of self-hate when they hear you say I am not African, or I am not a Moor, or whatever, but let's take the African thing that we're on.
Well, because they've made the decision that they are. And when you don't agree with what they feel as though is correct, then they get upset. You have the right to your own opinion about yourself. So the moment you don't, that you say, well, I'm not African, and you could only say you could possibly only mean it because you're saying I wasn't born in Africa. I know nothing about Africa. I don't know their customs. I don't know their cultures. I don't know how to speak any of the language. I don't eat their style food. I'm not African. I'm American, and I have the ways of an American. They here they go. They going to believe, and the same people that's doing that never been to Africa, don't know their culture, don't know their customs, never ate their food, nothing. And you mad at me? I'll be like, what? That's always some African descent because I don't know anything about Africa to say that, except what other people from Africa tells me. So when they say that, it's manipulative, number one, it is very manipulative because by you saying, oh, you hate yourself, okay, that right there it starts to get offensive. That's number one. And when you say that, do you really know why you're saying it? You're saying it because you're trying to push me into agreeing with you. Because I don't have to be from Africa to be of Africa. It could be in my blood somewhere. But I don't know nothing about that. And I got other stuff in my blood too. So if I don't agree with that, if you choose that you're saying, oh, I'm going to pick this part to say I am this. So the moment I say I'm not that, and because we got the same thing, you're going to do the same thing. Oh, you hate that part about yourself. Oh, you hate this. That word is to try to push you into their narrative on what they feel. And it's just simple as that. And I'm going to be honest with you. That's kind of weird to me. It is. It just is. And then the crazy part about it is they don't even realize what they're doing. Somebody on Too Black, Too something just put a message on there talking about some Sai was trying to say something, but you weren't listening. What was the something? I don't like people to make statements and they don't even know why they making the statement. What was he trying to say?
Get ready to land freedom.
I'm, you know what I'm saying? Well, if the person going to make that statement, then you need to say what he's trying to say. Is he trying to say you're African? Well, okay, if that's his opinion. What you make it seem like he was trying to say something spectacular? Like, okay, consider all the people with dark skin African. Okay, but everybody has a right to their own opinion. I'll land there because I don't want to drag it.
Yeah, so what I was gonna say really quickly to your point of even what you're saying, Dots, I think there is a combination of hearing the disrespect, being like African smell, they're not as good as us, they're not as smart as us, different things like that, and being like abrupt when someone says I'm not African. Do you think that's the base of what where they're coming from? But I would say the opposite of that point. I do think that people that talk like that go too far. But I do understand this whole thought process of the way people talk about Africa is civilization comes from Africa. Everything good comes from Africa. How could you not want to be African? Because no one else compares. And then when you do have other great things that are happening in other continents and you're bigging that up, they're acting like it's not true, or you wouldn't have got it if Africa didn't come. And then there's this battle because people want to be like greatness comes from one part of earth and not the earth as a whole or people as a whole, etc., etc. But to your point, Sister Freedom, I think a lot of it does come from ideology. It's like, oh, if you're not my ideology, then you must hate yourself. And it's like a trigger. It's like to be a trigger to get people on your side. But what would you say, Nisha?
I look at it as we are not a monolith. We do not all think alike. We don't see life in the same light. We have been put in the box with certain terminologies. And if you don't follow the line of thinking that majority of people that look like us look, then something wrong with us. We got mental issues. We hate ourselves. But that's not true. Um, I don't look at it like that. I don't know why it's a big thing to be upset when someone identifies in the way that they want to or don't want to. It's a personal choice. What you what you eat don't make me y'all know the rest.
Facts.
So I look at it as, how does that affect your life? By saying you hate yourself, by telling someone that they hate themselves because of how they view themselves. I don't have to think like you. Period. I'm done.
Can I say this too, Dulcie? I agree with you when you say because
Oh, sorry. Go freedom.
um I agree with you when you say that, they say that so much greatness comes from this one place, like as if nowhere else around the world has good things about them. You know what I'm saying? So, like you said, people want to identify with something that they assume is great. Like America don't have all. If Africa and all these other places was so good, why they always keep trying to come here? I mean, I'm just saying. So must be good stuff over here too. So, like you said, it's goodness all over the world. Why is it just that one place that everything and it's got to be so good from? I'm not taking anything from it because it is good stuff over there. But I'm just saying, reality always has to step into view. Open up your eyes. It's so good, but everybody's trying to run here. Stop. Just stop. I mean, it's just sickening. I'm just keeping it 100. I ain't trying to be smart enough, and because I ain't trying to get cussed out in the chats because I'm not agreeing with the quote unquote mainstream what's going on right now. It is just a
Black
personal
strong. We are
acceptance.
getting ready to we getting ready to play the rest of the clip right now.
Yeah, after this, if
You
y'all are
hear me?
ready.
Do you hear me when I'm talking? Like, didn't you hear me? I don't know if you can hear me. Can you?
Of course, we hear you.
Oh, because I was
Right. No, because you were talking. Yeah, you were talking, and then you
okay.
took a pause.
All right. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And you was addressing people in the chat, and then you took a pause. So
All right.
that's what
Go ahead,
that
Dawson.
was for Too Black, Too Strong.
He didn't. It just didn't make no sense what he said, but I'm gonna go ahead on.
Okay, let me go ahead. I'll play the rest of it. I think it's about to end right here.
I didn't
Know that already, y'all. Why y'all keep getting fooled by that? Let me tell you why that means so much to y'all. Because a dirty, nasty stigma have been attached to Black by Europeans and by other races of the world, other nationalities of the world. They hate Black. They even made up a definition for Black. And you follow that definition. And so you hate it. You hate being called Black because they made you hate yourself. Dulcinea.
Oh.
The truth of the matter is that's exactly what they did. You're gonna be in denial. You're gonna say no, but we know it is. We know it is. You've been
Wow.
made to hate yourself. They gave you the definition of whiteness. They gave you the definition of what is blackness. And you ran with it. You got caught out there. So we're going to hear from our sister Dulcinea.
Please pause that for a second, Dulcie. Please.
Nothing. But she will be speaking.
Dulcie, pause that for a second. I love Sai.
Stop it because that's the end of the clip. Then it's just
right. But I love Sai, but I don't. I would have mad at that because you can't put words in my mouth. You can't tell me what I'm thinking as to why I don't want to accept the narrative, a social construct. I have my own personal reasons. I would have been very upset for somebody to put me on Front Street like that and give an opinion about what you think as the answer as to why I don't want to accept. You went from African and black is two separate entities. A person could be claiming to be black but not claim to be African. So you telling me that I hate myself because I'm not saying I'm African, or you saying I hate myself because I'm not saying I'm black? I'm confused. But you still can't speak for me. You have to allow me to tell you why I don't like something, or me to tell you why I like something. That I would have been pissed. And I love Sai, yeah, but I would have been mad, personally, me. Because I don't want nobody speaking for me. I've heard it too. They've said it to me. But I don't like that. You can't do that because I don't want to accept what you accept. We know it and all that. I'm gonna get Sai. No.
And I would say that's why I'm not upset, because I understand that this is the narrative. This is the going narrative for this, is that you must hate yourself. You must hate your skin tone. You must hate everything about yourself, which is like an absolute no. It's not the truth. But I think, like you were saying, we know it's to be like that triggering moment to be like, aha, this is the only reason you wouldn't say that you're this, because you have no other reason but to say this. But I think when we're getting into it, because I know Too Black, Too Strong was really like, oh, we need to listen to the whole thing to understand. And it's like, no, we understand what he's saying. There was no misconception of what was being said. It's just the fact of the matter is, we can't just separate the fact that people have pride in the word black with Black history. And Black history is bigger than the people. Black history includes how we began being called black in the first place.
Call yourself whatever you want to call yourself, Mr.
Right.
Metro.
Well,
Sai said something interesting. He said something to the effect of, they taught you what black was and they taught you what white was, and this is why, you don't like yourself, right? This is why you must hate yourself or what have you, right? That racial indoctrination. But isn't that a even greater reason as to why you should question and reject those terms? Did y'all catch?
I think so.
Isn't that more of a reason? So in the same way, right, that if one argument is, they taught you what white was, what black was, they taught you to hate yourself, X, Y, and Z because of the history, and that's valid. Okay, fine, you can go there, right? The racial indoctrination, we know all of that. But isn't that a great reason to question? Isn't that a great reason to stand on principle and just say, I'm rejecting that? I didn't agree. Like that those are labels, those are terms. I get, but that's not my nationality. That's not my last name. That's not my clan. That's not my tribe. That was a term placed upon me. That's a great reason to reject it.
Well, here's this. I come up in the 60s and the 70s. Feel me? And I was always taught I'm black and I'm proud. I guess I was doing the era with James Brown and Malcolm X and the whole nine. So I never knew the the treatment of it in a negative term. I've always been on the side of being proud. So I never got the opportunity to experience that. So I don't know that. I mean, I know what people say, but I ain't never had the chance to be around that. I was always, I'm black and I'm proud. Say it now. I mean, that if somebody kept saying, you ugly girl, you got them old chinky eyes and all this here, I'm saying I'm proud of it. It's mine. I don't know. I'm confused. I came up in that era. So I'm black and I'm proud. And I know it's a social construct because I know darn well my skin ain't black. So, and I agree with you too, Dots. If somebody taught you that being black is dirty, ugly, disgusting, and all the stuff that's in the Bible about it and all this here kind of stuff, and then they show you what white is good and this, that, and another, because that's what the Moorish teach, that black is a negative situation because of what, all the different definitions and how the undone people give us about being black. So they don't use the word black. You see, so everybody has their different reasons for why they say what they say. But in my era growing up, it's I'm black and I'm proud. And that's where I'm at with it. Now, other than that, I'm just going to say I'm American. Because I am. So,
So what has identifying as black or African descent, what does that mean? Okay, so we identify as black, right? So let's say I identify as black, and then what?
Okay.
So y'all know me, I like to get to the meat and potato, to the bottom of it. What's the bottom line?
Okay.
I can identify as a rabbit if I want to. That's not going to stop nothing.
You better say it.
So what is the point? I don't understand. We take up so much of time arguing points that is senseless instead of enjoying this life for real, spending quality time with our family,
X.
making sure that our financial situation is good. So, how many people in this world that identify as black, what did that do for us as a whole?
Or even as African.
Right. What is that doing? I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't feel like people that identify with whatever they want to identify with hate themselves. I don't know. I think they took that Malcolm X speech when he said that, and I think they took it and ran with it. They took that and just ran with it. Who taught you to hate yourself? But they took that out of context.
I think a lot of stuff has been taken out of context.
So, it is what it is. I mean, for real. I could be a furry little bunny. Well, a chunky bunny. And I'm fine. That ain't stopping nothing. So let's be for real. We are not a monolith. We are all different. We don't think the same. We will never be on the same page. Ever. As my sister Doc say, fire try.
And just because you skin folk don't make you kin folk. Come on, man. Like just because you have melanin is doesn't make you my brethren. I've always said that. Like even when you think of even in families, right? If if you come from a large family, there's diversity even in that, right? There's differences even in that. There's problems even in that. If we wake up, let's just say in the next hour, every single melanated human being said, okay, we are all black. We are all, let's just take the black term. What will that do? I'll wait. What would that do? But Monster Mouth, and this is just a question, right, for the conversation, because it was a good question he had. He asked, if I want to believe red is green, how will that work out on roads driving? We can do or believe as we want with humility that we live in a society. So basically, he's saying, you know, if anybody, if you just walk out and you want to create like your own sort, I guess, like reality perception of reality, right? And let's say you're driving a car and it's a red light, red means stop, but you take it as green and you keep going, right? How would that work out when a road's driving? So basically, my assumption, Monster Mouth, right? Since you're not up here on the panel, my assumption is what you're saying is it. So that's why we should all identify as black. I don't know, but what do you guys think?
Yeah, that would be the right assumption for him because he always is making straw man arguments, red herring arguments, and conflating two separate situations that have nothing to do with each other. I think the main what he's trying to say is denying science, which he does this all the time. He says if you deny science, you have to get off the internet or stop using your computer, as if he understands even how a computer is in use. And I do because I work on computers. So this idea that if you're disagreeing with something or if there's information that is conflicting something that's being said in mainstream science, that you're denying all science. Another red herring argument that tends to be made on these channels. The main thing about it is when it comes to that, when it comes to DNA is a new process. Haplogroups and defining haplogroups are very new science as well. When we're talking about the grand scheme of science, we've known as far as the laws of relativity and different things like that way longer than we've known DNA. And we're still learning DNA to this day. So when someone actually gives sources against that or just says, okay, this part doesn't make sense, or they have this reference panel and the reference panel should be using 10% of the population to be accurate, and they haven't even tested 1% of the population yet. Yet we're supposed to say they sum everything up with the population. For me, that is always going to be I don't believe that. I need more information. And for someone that's always going to say, oh, okay, like I whatever mainstream science says, they're going to act like it's deadly for it. But I hate to bring this person up, but this person had a manifest. His name was Ted something or whatever. He was the Unabomber, and he was talking about kind of the how technology and science takes over our brain. Because in the other light, with his street light definition or example, Ted brought this example up with the street light that we're so consumed as far as with technology, and technology can tell us what to do, that if they wanted to, they could have a street light turn red for 30 minutes. And we would sit there for 30 minutes, even with no cars around, even being able to go, but just on the fact that it's been indoctrinated into us to be like, red means stop, so you can't go, no matter if it's safe to go or not. And is that a danger to society that we're that engulfed in whatever they give us and however they indoctrinate us that we will do whatever they say and lean to the power of authority? What do you guys think of that?
Well, I agree with you. So yeah. Go ahead, Dots, because I was trying to fix my phone, baby.
I was gonna say you. I was gonna actually. Oh no, go ahead, Nisha. You go ahead first.
I don't think I heard myself crying, y'all, but y'all let me know. Did y'all see tears? Maybe
Crying about what?
I didn't know I
How
was
we
crying.
said something about you, the queen of straw man.
Maybe I
I
should.
think he's talking about like in general, not necessarily just this right now. He's saying, I think he's saying in general.
Oh, I know he's saying it. Oh no! I think he just said right now I'm crying.
Wait, the
The
queen
queen
is
of straw men are crying about someone else using straw
crying about
men.
using.
So he's saying present tense. Ing is present, but I don't see any tears to like. So I don't know.
Internal. They're
Maternal
inside. They're
tears.
inside.
You
They're
can see
inside.
inside of me. He's an X-ray, y'all.
All right. Ask your question one more time, Mama.
Pause.
Ask your question one more time,
Yeah,
Dulcie.
one more time.
I'm a.
Wait a minute, what's this person? All I know is that I don't fake being Jamaican, Haitian, or African. I would never. Okay, now y'all done moved it.
I would never elbow my way in Igbo, Fulani, Yoruba. I'm America. I think he mean American. I'm American. I love all my lineage, even my elite European name, Premium Black.
Okay. And I'm with him. So
That's
me and
what's
him, we friends.
Congratulations.
Right.
Yeah.
And I can overstand. I'm not faking nothing. You gotta be who you are. As simple as that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You gotta accept and embrace who you are. And I'm saying all of the people that's saying they African, I wonder if they would just pack the bags and move over there. I don't think so.
Half of them don't even want to visit. I don't get it. They don't even ever want to visit in their lifetime. They're like, I'm cool, never going there. But they would argue you tooth and nail about
tooth and nail.
They don't want to visit. That I don't understand. I can understand not wanting to move. It's not your culture anymore. And whatever culture you think you have here that's not your own, that you got from white people or whatever, but white people don't do anything that we do.
Absolutely.
Okay, you feel like you're white people, that's fine. But even so, what excuse do you have to not want to visit? And the fact that majority of us will go to Europe, visit Europe, not go to Africa, but still fighting tooth and nail about it. I'll never understand.
I'm so glad you said that. European people or white people, whatever you want to call them, don't do nothing we do. They don't even cook potato salad like we do. And we right in the same next door. We could be right next door. My whole area where I live at, they don't do nothing we do. They don't talk like we do. They got their own, they got their own way of talking. Everything is completely different. I mean, really. I don't get it. They say our culture over here. I think the white people try to copy after us. I call them the undone. Everybody knows that they ain't done yet. That's why they keep trying to copy off of us, and we right here with them. Oh God, I did drop it, King.
Dulcie, I think
I put it in there early because we was talking about my brother's side, right? And I was like, somebody gonna tell him we over here talking, so let me drop it just in case he want to come and explain why he was saying what he was saying. Because I know he come up in the same era I come up in, and we come up in. I'm black and I'm proud, and we say it loud. So we ain't never gonna be ashamed of that. We ain't never gonna be ashamed of even having any form of dissents from different places and stuff either, because you need to love who you are, period. I think people are forcing you and mentally manipulating you to be something that you're not.
Excuse me? I don't even understand this statement. White people got over here and spoiled us? And they have spoiled us?
What?
Yes. Can someone read that and make that make sense in English?
So now, does he hate his
like cyborg that's going crazy right now?
That sounds like he hate himself to me.
Right. That's more hate himself because white people have not spoiled us at all. They haven't spoiled us at all. Not at all. This is our country. We spoiled ourselves.
Okay.
We haven't spoiled anything.
The same people you mean that came over and stole and enslaved the people that was already on these lands? And even if you're saying that they brung people over from Africa, enslaved them, how in the hell, with all the fighting we did to get where we are today, did they spoil us? Girl, I tell you, these people talk backwards. I don't get it. I asked a question. They told me I was wrong because I asked the question. I'm still trying to figure that one out mentally. But that, what he just said, spoiled? Wow.
Nisha, you was saying you had said something. What were you saying?
I was I think Dulcinea's question was about being indoctrinated, and we have been indoctrinated since the beginning. We've been first indoctrinated with religion.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's the first mistake. And then into these different racist, colorist paradigms. It's ridiculous.
Horrible. I think America's the only place that does it.
I mean, it's just ridiculous. What's the bigger picture? Can we see that? We're not all gonna agree. I keep saying this shit over and over again because I read the chat and I wonder if some people put so much of time in their kids and their kids' life and how y'all kids' grades is. Are y'all teaching them to just become good workers or are working for themselves? Well, I mean, what you doing? If it's so bad that we got to have a conversation over and over again about how I self-identify, it's called self.
Facts.
It's myself. It's me. It's how I see me. Oh, well, I got this source, and this source says you should think like this, and if you don't think like this, then you're stupid. And but the other man over here, he got another source saying the opposite. Come on, man.
And it's all coming from the enemy, their so-called enemy. Okay. And you ain't supposed to have no open mind to think for yourself. I'm gonna show you a source. This is a source. So you can't think for yourself because it came from them.
No, you thinking for yourself is so wrong on these YouTube streets. You got to follow the leader with everything. But how do you think that we got leaders?
Facts.
Green soap asks, has any of you ladies visited Africa? That's a good question. I have actually.
Well,
Yeah,
I think
I've gone there. I've been to East Africa. I was in Tanzania.
that's beautiful.
I was like, I think Dots has. I'm not going without my husband, so we have some more paperwork to finish, but it should be all finished this year. It'll be his first year back when we go back after I think 20 years or so. It's been a long time. Yeah, I think it's like going to be 20 years that he hasn't been back, so that's what we're going to go back for.
Wait a minute, Dulcie. Are you saying that the man that you're married to and have a child with is African? And you hate
he's Zimbabwe. No, I'm just
I hope y'all heard that.
Yes, because that would be the next one. Gotta be white.
Okay. I mean, full-blooded African, from there, born there, raised there, and have a baby with him, and married to him. Wow. No, I haven't been to Africa. I think Jamaica is somewhat similar to it, if you ask me. That's my opinion. But when I look at the African movies, and I've been to Jamaica several times, the houses, everything just seemed the same to me. But I've had relationship with an African gentleman for many, many, many years. We've been seeing each other like an off and on situation. Yes, he's from Guinea. I have no problem with African men or Jamaican, or if you're from Guyana or you from, I don't care where you're from, long as your skin is dark. Oh, James, and I'm gonna tell you about the passport situation. It takes forever now for you to get one.
Yeah, I was gonna say that because I had to scold myself in that too and be proud of Dots for having that, because there's so many people like my husband that come over here like y'all got it so lucky, and we just have so much hate for the circumstance that we have in history that we don't even understand, how blessed we are to be able to, like, before it would be easily get a passport, but even now it's easier for me to get a passport than someone that's foreign to get a passport here. And that passport here lets me go all around the world, wherever, anything. And yes, it's advantageous that we all here from America, we all have passports and we all see the world, because that's a major benefit that foreign people come over here and feel like we squandered our blessings like that.
I don't know. I just know, and it's expensive now too. Even when I had let mine run out once and I had to get a replacement, it was still $300. So before, where it was a little bit of money, it's they don't put the prices up now too. So I advise you to start saving up if you want to get one, and if you want to get one, make it 6 months out, because
Well, I think it's 300 expedited.
Yeah,
Like
expedited.
yeah. So
Yeah.
that's if you're trying to get it in a few weeks or anything expedited.
It
Even
doesn't
they
do
have
it. It
same
doesn't do
day,
it.
but
Don't do it.
it's a pretty penny to be like, oh, we'll turn around, save same day and get it. But regularly, it's still like 160.
No, it's not, baby.
You gotta
I
wait
just got
for
a
it.
replacement, and I had to wait 3 months, almost 4 months, for a replacement that they told me would, if I paid the extra, I would get it in like 3 weeks. I had it in 3 months.
Wow.
So that's what I'm trying to say. They tell you one thing, and then when you try to call the number, you can't get through. The number that they tell you to call to check on to see how far away it is and all that, it don't give you the correct information and none of that. No tell. Never let it run out. Once you get it, pay on it. When they tell you to pay that extra little 25, $50 to keep it going. Because if you let it run out, you back paying a big arm and a leg, and you back waiting a long time
Oh,
for it.
I see what you're saying now. Yeah. Okay, I see. Yeah, on those renewal dates, make sure
Yeah.
you're doing them. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, excuse me for 1 second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I don't think, we're gonna have to trigger them before someone hits the link. You know how they is. So they're not gonna hit the link, y'all. So
Put it,
um
pin it to the chat. Oh, there you go. Okay,
yeah, I'll pin it now.
so they
But
can
I
go
was
on.
searching something because I wanted to show, like, it's from I love this show, American Horror Story, and it's from like the best season they had, the coming. But hold on, I want to make sure we ain't gonna get in trouble for playing it before I play any clips. Talking about in trouble for playing things. Is Brother Law in the chat? No, Miss Nicole not in the chat. I'll wait. I'll wait to say what I gotta say about New York. Go ahead, Dots.
What are we talking about? What are we talking about now?
I was saying I'll wait till Brother Law and Miss Nicole gets here to
Miss
talk about
Nicole
this
in the chat.
stream.
I
This
think I saw.
stream that's down, completely down now.
Wait, what
Because
happened?
one state only. Girl, I already okay. I already told you. I called you. The
What?
last show is down, and they were like, only one song was the problem. They got
Oh, right.
blocked from all territories, and it was that girl. This is
Are
me.
you
Who does it?
serious?
What's her name?
The
Scarlet. Scarlet.
Scarlet, yeah.
Like,
Oh, so wait, her video?
yeah, her video. Playing
Haters,
her video, they said it's blocked in all territories because of her video.
haters.
Right, Scarlet.
You hear this,
Now,
Miss
Goddess is
Nicole?
trouble, Scarlet.
Hey, Mr. Cole.
I disputed it. I'm like, I think we should have fair use if we were just promoting her video. but
That's okay. Everybody's our sons anyway. You know, New York is the originators, the best to ever do it. It is what it is. We're the first.
Lies.
You know, everybody else our sons. Everybody else our sons. It is what it is.
Oh my goodness.
Along, you know.
Well, wait a minute, Doc. You mean to tell me these proud folks are proud of being African, proud of being black, and came up on the chat, on the panel?
Okay.
Oh, I'm black. That the ones that they said so we proud. Ain't nobody came up. All that mouth, what's his name had. Well, I'm saying they not proud. They not girl. They
we're scrambled eggs. They
could have ran up on the chat. You girls talk. Come and defend yourself. You can't, because you know we. I mean, for real.
That's exact. You know what? Never mind.
And you know, side defense.
But you know what I will say? What did y'all think while we're loading? Because Pseudo, I mean, excuse me, not Pseudo. Swordfish had asked a good question. Hey, bro, what's up? About what we were talking about with the Pseudo thing. I don't know if you guys saw earlier on the HOK channel when the PA had addressed the Pseudos or whatever, and I thought that was a really cute little read. I enjoyed it.
It was. She got that.
It was very cute. I like things like that. Like
shout out to Sister Nepal. That's why I wanted to put in that.
And I thought that was really, I liked it. That's my kind of style of a read in a way, like that fits my personality, like, and it just in a way where it don't have to get too dark. You know what I mean? You get to, you're saying what you have to say. You're getting to it. You know, it's not too much emotion, though it is coming from an emotional place. And I think for the most part, you know, I do know that, and shout out to Brother Reggie. I know that, you know, he I don't know how much he cares about Unscrambled Minds. I know he feels a little bit slighted for whatever the reason. But I know that he definitely just feelings of disrespect. And that has been a sentiment that a lot of people have expressed, right? Like this idea of, well, we stand on the scientific, you know, community or the scientific consensus or whatever the case may be. And, you know, if you're not aligning, you're not rocking in that way, then boom, 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 right? What do y'all think of that?
I'm gonna pass on that real quick. Go ahead, somebody.
Well, no, I agree. You have anything to say, Sister?
I was steady talking. Y'all didn't hear me. I'm so sorry. I said, Dulcie, let me get this one real quick, and then I'm gonna be quiet.
Okay, go ahead. Get it.
What does it mean if someone is pseudo? It says pseudo is something or someone fake trying to pass as the real thing. To me, a whole bunch of you people are pseudo because you're not it. You're trying to pass. Okay. Pseudo can be a person who is a faker, but it's usually a prefix. But it also has other definitions. We're talking about real journalists, not the pseudo kind or whatever, not genuine, not spirit. I don't want to insult nobody. Okay. But I think you need to really think about whether you're really pseudo or not. The ones that's saying it and claiming to be everything that they not, they need to think if they're pseudo or not. Because this one say fake. Saying you're something that you're not. I think they need to think about whether they're pseudo or not. Run around calling people pseudo and don't even really know what it means. Because you don't agree with them. In their narrative, they call you pseudo. What the heck? And that is not even what it means. They see, our people are our own worst enemies. They don't even know what the word means and run around calling somebody pseudo, and they pseudo their self. Because you're not it. Oh my gosh.
There's a second piece to this, right? Also, that I have heard come up on many different channels and platforms or whatever, right? Okay, let me see how to say this. All right. So like where at times people will speak, in a form of authority. Yes. On the one hand, right? They'll speak in a form of authority and very matter of factly or what have you. And, let's say we'll denounce and we'll disrespect or go dark or whatever the terms, and we all have done it. Listen, I want to be clear, right? But it can go there. Yet don't have the paperwork, quote unquote, when we say soil self, but let's say they don't have a college diploma, right? They don't have any postgraduate degrees. Yet will speak, right, in tones of authority. And that's nothing, it's nothing wrong with that, because let's be clear, YouTube, when you create a channel, right, like you can create sort of whatever persona you want to do, right? But then when it goes to step 2, right, of not only are you talking your talk, and that's fine, rock out how you rock out, but then when you take it to step 2, let's say, and then assert that and speak, right, very authoritatively, as if this is it, this is the way, and then and if you're not even doctored or lettered or have a degree, let's say, to put you in that authority figure, is that hypocritical? Is another question I have. And I am not talking specifically about anyone in particular, but this is something that I personally have seen. Let me just also say, one of the reasons why, and I have said this before, and this is a piece to me that I stand on, especially when it comes to social media and YouTube, I don't share my personal life on here and much of myself for many reasons, right? Because I do believe personally that people tend to weaponize, right? They'll take shit and they'll weaponize it when they feel like weaponizing it. Okay. Do it all the time. Nobody, and I ain't got time for nobody to play in my face. Right. And so when, for me, at least, the things that I really care about and value, right, I feel like I need to protect. And so a lot of personally just not known. One of them things though, right. One thing, guys, I never have come on here and do is I'm never boastful ever. Right. I don't speak about my career. I don't speak about the things I have. I really don't do that at all, right? I like to play. I always say that I was raised on game. Those of you who've been following this channel for a while and know our personalities, you should at some point get a little pieces of each of us. And I tend to say a little sayings. One of my little slogans is that I was raised on game, and I was raised by the best of them. Now, if you get it, you get it. If y'all don't understand what I'm saying, then it wasn't meant for you. But if you know, you know. I was raised on a game, and I was raised by the best of them, right? And the one thing that I was always taught is that, we know self-preservation, but one thing to be smart about when you're moving in these streets, okay, is that it's sometimes good to play the happy clown or the happy fool and shut your mouth. Because when you talk too damn much, right, you already exposed your whole play bag. Because you're running your mouth. And then when people do they not even homework. I wouldn't even call it homework. But when people begin to talk behind the scenes, because everybody get the same messages and the DMs and all that other kind of thing. Ain't nobody special on these YouTube streets, especially, right? And in the playbook, we realize that, damn, we not even at page 2 when you fraud, for real, right? Because you run your mouth. And it's usually the ones who you don't really know much about, right? You don't really know too much about their real life because they kind of want to play it cool because they understand that they really do in real life have a lot to lose. And many of you Negroes are not even worth it. So we stay back and we quiet, but we watch. Well, let me not say we. I'm gonna speak for me. And I know for a certified Snapple fact, if the word pseudo is what we're using, I can crown many of you Negro pseudo.
Better say
in
it.
real life. So when I sit back in my humility and I come on here or whatever, I always say I'm not trying to source up, because in my real life during the day, and that, part of my lane, part of what I do, right, is always source up. So tonight when I'm coming on my girls or whatever, and we're having a conversation, I don't want to get into that, right? But sometimes it's good to be quiet and just fall back, because you don't know who you around and who's listening. You don't know who's next door to you. You don't know if the academician, the doctoral person that's on, you don't know who got them letters.
It's been 15
Right? Because we often judge people based on how they present, and that's okay. Right? But I'm talking about in people's real life. So when we keep saying like the reality, and shout out to Brother Larry, because I think he the first one I heard coin realism, right? But so like in very real life, on the day-to-day, many of you will be wearing them crowns, them pseudo crowns. Let's be real, like that's an actual fact.
Okay, especially when it means, it says, what's a pseudo thinker? A person who wants to be thought of having a lot of intelligence and knowledge. This is to what Dots is saying. Intelligence and knowledge is, but who is not really intelligent or knowledgeable. That's pretty much what a pseudo thinker is. And like she said, we done ran across many people trying to make people think they have all this information and knowledge, nothing to back it up with. But they calling somebody else pseudo. In all reality, that's who they are, a pseudo thinker and a pseudo person. All the acts. And like she said, we ain't gonna say no names. We ain't saying.
Say another thing to her point. My daddy used to say, and this was her to your point of what you were saying, Docs. Even a fish wouldn't get caught if it kept its mouth shut.
You know what, Bailey? So you always gotta start stuff. I'm like, you know what? I told you already old one, so you keep playing. I'm not a gangster. No, not for real. I'm not don't talk all this gangster stuff. That's straight. That's just who I am. That's how that's if you hear my family talk, that's just what it is. Okay. All right. That's just what it is. It's not gangster, Dots. Right? It's Dots on Unscrambled Minds when I come on here. You know what I'm saying? This is how I, when I'm relaxing and I'm in my little relaxed bag, right? But I could code switch. Don't play with it now.
He was giving you a compliment, New York.
I'm messing with him because he's old one. They tried to jump. Listen, y'all in the chat, in case y'all don't know, they tried to jump your girl a few days ago. Okay. Sure. All these, like Bailey Oso and even Open OTK, my big bro OTK even was a part of it. Like, they really tried to jump me, like on some New York is whack. Y'all believe that? They was like, New York is whack. Yeah, Dulcinea, of course, started it all. Okay. Talking about shade in New York, talking about how Texas in the South is X, Y, and Z. Y'all hear this? They really tried to jump me. But I'm like, it is what it is. If I got to do a 1v5, okay. So I had to stand on it. And then I had Miss Nicole. No, who else was up here that tried to jump me, y'all?
Not Miss Nicole.
Nicole. No, Miss Nicole was on my side.
No, that was it. It was Dots was that bystander. We were jumping Miss Nicole and Brother Lob, but Dots jumped into it, so she got.
That's right. They from New York.
She gonna help her New Yorkers.
All day. Yeah, exactly. She had people
all day.
It wasn't the time.
All day.
Yes, we
New York.
Me, OTK.
Well, I think I'm New York too because I stayed during the summertime.
Down with New York, and that was period.
Yeah.
I stayed in
Gina, they really came
every summer. Every summer.
They came from New York. I was hurt. I was like, y'all supposed to be like gang. I can't believe I did that to me. No, I'm joking. It's all love. Y'all should know my humor by now. But for real, New York is the best. I'm just saying.
What you guys? I was going to say, Nick.
I hear that. I hear that, right? And that's little sis right there. But that's okay.
Listen, married to a New Yorker. Been to New York so many times. Listen.
Ah,
I can agree with that.
about the pseudo thing, though. Please, Nisha, please talk.
Oh, everybody a pseudo to somebody else.
Okay.
So I mean, they throw that word around like it really means something. But we're pseudo to them. They're pseudo to some of us. Whoever. Everybody is pseudo. Everybody is to somebody else. And that's pretty much what it is.
I was trying to read here what it said about is pseudo a negative word in general. However, you're right that it usually carries a negative connotation where it is used to deride something as not being genuine. I mean, every time they say this word and it means nothing to why they're saying it. They're saying if you don't agree with them, but that's not the definition of being a pseudo. And that's why I be wondering and saying to myself, is like, is these people crazy? Why are you called pseudo killers? And they're pseudo themselves. And I'm sorry, y'all. I'm just going to straight say it. I ain't even trying to be smart or nothing, but read the definition. I'm tired of being called it. Not from people who I can say is pseudo too. And no, well, pseudo period, because you ain't even got no claims for why we supposed to be pseudo. It ain't fair. No claims whatsoever. No one is over here acting like they're a scientist. No one's over here acting like they're know-it-all. We're just outside of the box thinking with common sense. We're not going along with the go along, get along, as Nisha would say. We ain't sourcing it up.
Asked, she said, what are the pseudo killers being pseudo about, though?
I don't want to get personal, Gina A. Okay.
Well, you answer that, Dulcie. What is one thing you think?
Well,
I'm gonna say for a Fendi fact, which is coming right directly with this conversation, they are being pseudo when it comes to DNA. They are being really pseudo. They are saying things that geneticists and the people in themselves in the field are not saying. They are saying things like that are definite answers that people in the field are saying we don't have the definitive answers and we'll know more years to come. And they will pretend that the people in the field aren't saying this, aren't saying that they have more work to do to understand, but because they want to argue against other people and their points, they're gonna say, "Oh no, they know everything there is to know about DNA," and they don't.
Well, here's yes, and the other part about it is they got all the answers. Like what I say, you got all the answers. You superb. Now I love the pseudo killers. Don't get it twisted. I love Unc and the members of the pseudo killers. And now it's what is a community skeptic, but with the same, they come from the same family, which is also a connection of our family too, with HOK. That's where we all came together. But to call somebody pseudo and you actually fit the definition of pseudo killers, and I'm not trying to start no beef. I just want not to be called a pseudo, and not for the sisters of Unscrambled Minds to be called a pseudo. Not when we can really actually look at definitions and see the definitions don't fit us, but they fit categories of what you doing. That's not fair. It's not right. I got called a name the other day just because I said is what's that fool name? Was he underneath my bed? Charles what's his name? Dulcie.
Who? Charles Darwin? Darwin?
I was talking about him and I just made a joke and I said, well, damn, is he underneath my bed? I was being funny because I heard his name so much. I was being funny that Unc went on me. I was like, God, today. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I love Unc, so me and him could go at it, and that, but at the same time, please stop before I start pulling out these definitions on you and letting the world see who really stood out. Stop calling people that.
Hey, Bailey, so.
Black Keep on. Stop. Too black, too strong. Why are you saying that? You know it's not true.
Peace, OTK. Peace, Straight Smoke. Thank you guys for coming up.
Oh, I didn't see OTK on here. I thought
And
that was.
Apostle was trying to get on, but his thing
Oh,
kept
hello, Billy. I'm
Straight
sorry,
Smoke.
OTK. I'm so sorry, bro. Hey, Straight Smoke.
That's strike
Yeah,
one.
Apostle will just have to come back. I think something happened with his.
Oh.
I gotta admit that you hit the nail on the head today with this one.
Thank you.
You hit the nail on the head with this. This is showing you your morality and genuality of a person. You hit the nail on the head with this one. And this is what I'm rocking with in 2024. These people don't have no morals. They don't have no genuality. You might as well say that they're subhuman.
Yeah. Yeah. And we're not trying to start no beef tube or whatever that is, and no argument with them. We just want them to see that when you're calling people names, you really need to look at the definition of the name that you're calling. The name. It's just
Sister Freedom, with
Yes.
all due respect, you have to understand anyone that interject these words is really describing themselves.
That's what we were saying. Yeah.
I know where you coming from. That's why I said I'm ready for this conversation. This is what's need to happen right there.
Mm-hmm.
For real. These people have no moral structure, no genuineness. They are worthless. For real.
You don't say that. That's a bit much.
Okay. I'm sorry. That's
much.
just me.
But that's his
Let's not
opinion.
go
That's
there.
his opinion, though. Freedom.
Everybody
That's
has their own opinion.
That's,
Yeah.
that's his opinion.
That's his opinion, but I don't want it to, he don't mean it
But-
like that. I don't
Now, if somebody take
That's
that
his
what
opinion.
he's saying for all of y'all, what y'all saying, then they simple. They can't
Yeah.
take what he's saying and put that on all of y'all. No.
I'm
No.
not putting it on me.
No.
But I understand what he's saying, but I don't. He don't mean it like that. Like I don't want nobody to think that he's saying people are worthless.
You understand what I mean, though.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
I just got to keep it all the way. All the way.
Hey, Marcus. Marcus said I'm not a subhuman. Marcus, no, we love him. We just got our opinion about the situation, and it's insulting.
Shut up.
It is the most.
Don't be about it in the chat. Come up. Click the link.
Come on. But wait a minute. Apostle can't get up.
Hey man, tell y'all little
Yes, he
pseudo ass
can.
friends don't put up
Yes, he
my
can. All he has to do is click the link.
Oh,
He can't get up. He's not. He hasn't tried to re-click the link. It's not that we kicked him off. It's something wrong on his side.
I respect the shit out of y'all, for real. This one is hard, and I really want you all to expound upon what you're talking about. This is what needs to be said.
thank you. I just feel as though that sometimes we can be our own worst enemy by not giving a person a chance to express why they feel the way that they feel. And you just got to accept them. Agree to disagree. We don't have to call each other names and put each other down because we have a difference of opinion. It's not fair. So just because I'm not accepting your opinion, I have to be called names now. That's like manipulation and force. It's deceitful to do that.
Shit, these motherfucking crazy. Oh,
Y'all with the we can't cuss because we trying to get our thing up. Okay.
my fault. I came off on mute. My fault. No, I'm talking about something. I'm sorry, Sister Free. I'm about to send it.
You gonna send it to me or Dulcie? Send it to Dulcie.
Yeah, I'm about to send it to both of y'all so y'all can see what I was talking about. My fault. I didn't know I was on mute. I
I thought it was
apologize.
something that you was trying to bring up.
Hey, what's going on,
Somebody
everybody?
else. Who came up? Oh, Marcus came up. Marcus?
No, Marcus didn't. I thought he was, but I thought Apostle was trying to get up, and then his computer messed up.
Oh, that's Swordfish beneath us on the bottom. You see that? That's Swordfish, right?
Swordfish bonito.
What's good? Hey,
What's
hi,
good?
y'all.
Hey,
Hi,
What
Bailey.
it
What's up?
do?
Bailey,
That's
I love you.
Hey,
Hey, how y'all doing?
we
We're doing
good.
just fine.
What y'all think? What y'all think about the conversation? Any points of it, parts of it? Don't have to be what we were just talking about. Could be anything we were saying. What do y'all have to say?
You want to go first, Bailey? Also,
Yeah, both of y'all
Nah,
go ahead and attack.
you can go, Sword. Shoot. That's good, Sword.
What's going on, Bailey? What's up, man? Chilling like a villain, sipping.
Oh, really? I feel
Yeah,
you.
I mean, chilling like a villain.
chilling like a
I like
villain,
you in the goddamn recliner too, boy. Foot
Man,
up.
Yeah.
man, stressed out, boy.
I know
It was a
that's right.
good day of reading, man. Studying, been in the lab. But yeah, man,
Mm.
you know
You sound
what I.
muffled.
Oh,
You
my
do.
bad. How about now?
Oh,
There
perfect.
you go.
Yeah, my
Wow.
bad.
Good.
The recline a little too comfortable.
That's what I
Um.
was trying to tell him, but I didn't want to.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, it's pseudo is always a term that anybody can revert to try to discredit one's message.
Right.
Um, and they throw the term around carelessly, but as you're constantly seeing, when niggas get ran up on, start checking pockets for that family tree, then we're starting to see what pseudo really means. So, it's just a term that's used, and at the end of the day, it's a fail safe.
There you go.
And that term has been a fail safe for the community for quite some time now.
Mhm.
But you got new kids on the block that's coming with that straight drop, and they're gonna have to take that blue magic and pack it up somewhere, because the real spit is coming. So, it's all good. If they want to throw the term around pseudo, that's fine. Because sometimes some people need to use that just to keep themselves relevant. But to each his own. So that's all I got to say on that one.
Fair enough. So I'm just gonna piggyback off of what Sul was going off of. Yeah, pseudo to me is a way to segue into people's biasness to get them behind you. So you don't have to evaluate the evidence or the situation critically, and revert to name calling, the ignorance, and so forth and so on. Yeah, calling someone pseudo it shows like cowardice. Your confidence of sharing disclosures and understanding information. And I would think we should be more mature that as a people.
I agree.
When information is presented, which is contrary to what either we believe or what we know, as adults, we have to have a better understanding, a better form of dialogue than that. You know what I'm saying? But I'll stop right there.
Right.
I'm in
And
agreement
I
with you.
didn't never,
Hey,
I didn't never get to answer the question about that. But I actually watched the beginning of that show. With Queen the Power was going in on, and this is the second time she done went on and defending the people who she called out was trying to low grade, like they didn't know what they was talking about. And this the second time she done that. And this
but
particular time, she
mm,
said, "Hold on, I put y'all on some stuff to where y'all had to go back and look at, and now
mm,
y'all coming back, and now y'all saying, oh, y'all in the philosophical era now, huh? But without philosophy, you have no science." She was going in on that. Now, you know what
he
I mean?
was.
So
Mhm.
shout out to her defending the people, because even though she's a big name, they still was classifying her and Dosey like they was nothing. Like their name ain't out here and stuff like that. Every time they try to ask a question, they always get pseudo or you know what I mean? Totally messed that up. You just messed that up. You totally screwed that up all the way around.
I have
Shout
three
You
out to
words.
my
remember
I have
favorite.
all
Hey,
the
three
that's
words
out
my
for
favorite
pseudo.
good
pseudo killer
test.
now. Cedric, my favorite pseudo killer. Straight up, man. Shouts out
I
to
got
I
three
Cedric.
don't know
words for
who do the voice the best, you or Nepal.
I recognize that voice. That's for sure.
That was a hell of
I
an
got three words.
impersonation.
I
Yeah.
got 3 words for it.
She
Three
was sick
basic
of it.
words.
She's sick of people being called out their name and stuff like that. But I'm just saying, hey, Apostle.
Hey, baby cakes, how y'all doing?
I'm doing just fine.
Peace, peace.
Good. Peace to the chat. Peace to the
Apostle, man.
channel, to the
You gotta get my
platform.
text back.
That's
You
You
gotta
see
all
get
what
my
good.
now?
text back. You gotta get my
Yeah, I
text
got
back.
you. Yeah, I
Bet.
sent you back a text, brother. Yeah, I got you.
All right, all love.
I want to talk to you though off air about that. So maybe we get a chance to talk.
Billy, also,
Apostle.
did you answer that
I
question?
listen.
Say what now?
I'm sorry, OTK.
What'd you
Yeah.
say, Sister
Yeah,
Sister Frida?
Yeah,
Sister
yeah,
Frida,
he
yeah,
did. He did. And the
Swordfish,
apostle was getting in, I think, right?
Oh, okay.
Apostle about to do, yeah, he was the last
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
Straight. He was the
You
last
know, that as a proverb, what y'all was talking about earlier, is always baffled my mind why we so quick to accept people's labels
Mm-hmm.
as far as who we are. Determine who you are. Make up your mind. Say who you are. Don't worry about who I am. You know, I mean, it's crazy. If I could go with copper tone people, I could go with that, you know, because that just doesn't, it includes so many of us that would be a majority on the planet rather than a minority on the planet, or people of color. I, that's beautiful. But I've always had a problem with so-called Negro, colored, Black, African American. For me, I'm none of that. None of that identifies who I am. I can't find no land, no territory named after those names that I can identify with. Where's a landmass called African American? Where's it at? I want to know. I mean, then show me that's where I come from. So show me where the landmass is called Black. I'll gladly adopt it. If you can show me that I come from there, I will adopt it. Show me a place called Colored. Show me a place called Negro, where the indigenous people of that land, that's what they called themselves. I don't want to hear what somebody else called us. I don't want to accept that. When it comes down to it, I'm a man, right? I came in this world as a male, and I'm gonna leave this world as a male. Hopefully, some people done distorted their bodies and changed things, and that's another story. I think about my dear cousin, man, and how he destroyed his own anatomy. And it doesn't matter. In the casket, it's still gonna be a male. You know, he ain't able to have babies.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't have I don't care what they made it look like. It don't work. It ain't changing nothing. You know, he still got to prostrate. It ain't gone nowhere. Only thing he did is distorted his body. And for the life of me, I don't understand why. Even if you identify to be that way, be that way. Love who you need to love. I don't care. You know, I don't care about things like that. You know, the Most High, if that's up, he'll take care of that. But when it comes to people determining who I am, how dare somebody tell Dulcinea, frame, or anybody's opinion of themselves and say that they're less than because they don't accept their narrative. You don't love yourself or you don't respect. No, it's because I love myself is the reason why I'm not allowing you to pin a title on me.
But that's how the enemy does, Apostle.
You're right.
That's just what the enemy does. That's why I said I got 3 words for this. This is inversion, perversion, and diversion.
And I want to say this too. You claiming to be something, but did that name come from invasion and colonization? But you want us to claim it, that name? Why can't we have tribal names? That you want us to claim and say that we're African. But where did that name come from? Did it come
That's
from
Sister Freedom, that's applied terminology. What people are doing is still rocking with their captors.
right? Exactly.
You cannot go into one single court in America and they will recognize you as a black person. There's no such nationality.
Good luck with that.
And you
They
better
won't
be careful doing
recognize
it.
I seen black on my applications.
You
Way
better
more.
be careful doing it on an international scale.
you. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, when your job applications, people put that kind of stuff. You'll even see it on censor records because
But
these
you
are
don't have to. I do 2 or more now. 2 or more non-Hispanic.
And
You
you
don't
can
have
do
to.
other. You can put
Yeah,
other.
because it's not a legal thing. That's why they cannot get it from you legally. That's what he's saying. As far as your place an appointment, if it was legal, you would have to put it. But you can say I care not to answer just because it's not
right
something that they can force you to give as far as who you are, and you don't even have to put your black on it.
in the state of Maryland. You know what they classify you as?
What?
If the police pull you over, when
What?
he's on his paperwork,
What is it?
class 2.
African.
No,
Oh, class
individual
2.
2, class 2. White
Se-
people class 1.
Second
Oh,
class citizen.
Second class fucking citizen.
Well, would that make you pseudo to claim to be something that you're not? Well, damn it. We all pseudo then, like Nisha said, because by us saying that we black, even though it's a social construct,
yeah.
I guess that can be played with, a little bit, but because we're not really black, like our complexion is not really black. So that's trying to be something that you're not. Even though we've made that a social construct, but that would be considered pseudo.
Because you're rocking with applied terminology. You're rocking with applied terminology. You're accepting what they're saying, and that's applied terminology.
How are they identified?
And let me say this to this, because yes, nationality is not ethnicity, but a valid ethnicity is still not black. Black is only the social construct of what we call race. So without race, you cannot identify as black, white, yellow, any of that. All that is all in race included. Your ethnicity is going to be specific as well, just like your nationality. That's the nation you belong to, and ethnicity is your ethnic group, which would have been your tribal group. That's your ethnicity.
Right.
Being a government recognized term is not the same as it being on paper and documents. That's just what they calling you. Mr. Metro, you know what I mean?
But it is recognized. They use it.
It's recognized, but it don't hold no weight.
It's only
They
recognized
use
here,
it in
though.
a bad way. You gotta watch.
You can't use that shit
slide
on here.
earlier, Sister Freedom. How Joe Biden was saying we made you black people. Go ahead and watch that. Joe Biden said we made black people.
You can't go nowhere else in the world, and they call each other. They call each other by their nation. They gonna like that don't make no sense.
I can't relate to that, but I came up in that era.
Or their nation or their tribe.
No, it's not by their nation or their tribe. It's by their organs.
Well, don't you know
it's
Negro
by their organs.
and color was on many
Y'all
papers
missing
too?
it.
Matter of fact, African American was on
origins is
many
nation
papers.
and tribes. It's just that white folks don't use the word tribe. They don't use the word tribe.
No, we use the word chieftains.
Right.
Right. The tribe came with the colonizers. Yeah.
Right.
It's about your organs. That's how they classify you. It's about your organs. And that's why I'm saying it like I'm saying it. It's about your organs. That's the only thing that keeps the rich people alive is the younger organs. That's why they need certain people to do certain things. For real,
Nah,
for
Mr.
real.
Metro, we American, bruh. We not black Americans. We American. If you gonna keep
Period.
using black,
Period.
you're using Spanish
Period.
words.
Period.
Word, we American, bruh.
We are.
Why they don't say a white American? You know, when we say white American, we just using that as a description term. Black is just a
Hey, Mr.
descriptive
Jet.
term, bruh. That's it.
Well, you know, the funny thing is when you talk to white folk, they know where they come from. Because about a year and a half, 2 years ago, I heard somebody on Clubhouse say, "Go ask white people, you know, what they nationality, where they family come from." So I literally went and started doing. I started asking people at my job, like, "Yo, where you from?" "Oh, I'm Polish. I'm German." And I'm like, "Wait a second, how these folks know where they from?" But
Not double talking, Mr. Too black and too strong. Every time I look at his name, it irritates me. But no,
no, it's all good.
who's double talking?
Hit the fucking panel. So
Stop.
fuck all the chat.
Right. Yeah, well, he not
OTK. We
he not
talking.
gonna hit the panel, Sister Freedom. So you don't even address him, and that's
Okay.
why it's not even going on. He not gonna hit the panel. Go ahead, Smoke. I mean, no, it wasn't Smoke talking about it. It was Stuart. Sorry.
Well, like even if we go back to this word pseudo, you know, it's gonna get to a point where people are gonna be afraid to use that term. And here's the reason why. When you call somebody pseudo, now you have to prove why that
Yeah.
person is pseudo.
Okay.
Which means now if you call me pseudo, I have the opportunity to critique the
You.
reason why you're calling me pseudo. And if you ain't got a good enough reason, oh, you finna look bad.
Yeah.
So,
Huckleberry.
so you got to be careful calling people pseudo just because you disagree with them, especially if you don't know what they're talking about. So you know it's coming though. It's probably gonna
And
happen
if
this
it
year.
doesn't fit, if it doesn't
Yeah,
fit right, why are you doing it? Whatever they're
exactly,
saying, if it doesn't fit, you can't
exactly.
say just because somebody does not agree with you.
No, I agree. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, man,
I
you
didn't know
know,
you called somebody that, Miss Legit. I can back it up too when I call some, knowing the definition to what it really means, and how a person that's calling somebody pseudo thinks.
But I
I
do
mean,
want to say, straight Smoke.
Leah, can you share? I just share something. Can you share when you get a
Oh
second?
yeah. I want to say, don't feel like you have to fall back or anything. Just join the conversation. And with the organs thing, we might want to really save that because that is a real thing. And like, I don't know how many of y'all seen Finding Kendrick Johnson, the documentary, but y'all should see that documentary. And maybe we should talk about that because the organ thing is a real thing. It's a real thing they're doing to our community. The
Big
blood,
old.
why there's the majority of us have gone missing than ever before is because of those things. So that is a good conversation. But let's do race tonight and then go organs another night. But I think that's a good conversation for us to have.
Yeah.
Hit the
but
fuck.
I think that oh my bad. Go ahead.
Nope, you got it, and then I'm gonna go right after you. Go ahead.
Okay, so I think like I don't think some of these people understand like when you call somebody pseudo, even if you can back it up, it still gives the other person a chance to go after you. The person who you're calling pseudo has more leverage over you, especially if your argument ain't good. And you will never call somebody pseudo again if you get caught out there slacking. So, you know, I would just warn people, you know, before you call somebody pseudo, if even if you present your case, the other person still has the opportunity to present theirs. And if their case is stronger than yours,
You
you're
dead
gonna be
out here.
looking bad out here.
why
Oh, hey,
people
you
do
know
it
what?
just
Hey,
because
Miss Legit. Oh my bad, Sis Freedom. I can say Miss Legit, and I think I understand what she's saying. She's saying like the way that pseudo was first used, it was used to just apply to like data, wrong misinformation. But the way pseudo is being used today, if you lying, the motherfucker be like, man, you pseudo. Or if you
yeah.
they feel like you ain't, so it's
Well,
being
you would
used
be if you were
today.
lying.
Yeah, it's being used today like how nigga was being used to
Right.
describe a person back then and how we say, yo, what's up, my nigga, today. So it's being applied in
Oh,
different
okay.
Like
terminology.
that. I see
I
that's
think
what
that's
he's
what
saying.
I hope that's what she's saying. Please, am I correct, please?
No, what you're saying is how they being used it. They're using it if you don't agree with people, they'll say you pseudo. And you be like, huh? Or
Right.
they'll say that you are scamming. And you'll be like, what?
Right.
I
That's
mean,
to
like,
discredit you,
I'm
right?
not agreeing with you.
Right.
You
That's
serious?
the attempt to discredit you.
Yeah.
Discredit
Exactly.
you and discredit your information.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And it could be two different sources. They could pop up a source and say, well, here's my source. And then somebody, Joe, would say, oh, well, here's my source. And then Tina would say, here's my source. All these three different sources about the same subject. So who's pseudo?
Yeah.
Because it's all peer review study
Right,
that everybody's
right,
bringing up.
right.
Right. Attack,
So in
they
their
attack
field,
your
y'all got to
sources.
understand where they're coming from. They're saying like, ain't nobody can compare to what we're doing because we the ones who's doing this. So what y'all saying is not true because we know these people who are out there in the field doing it and all of that like that. So you know what I mean, y'all got to leave room for misunderstanding. I don't think they be calling us pseudo as far as like, man, y'all some lying ass people or like that. I think they be saying we pseudo because we don't know the information that they know in that field. You know what I mean? Because if somebody come to me and try to talk to me about American Indian slavery, and I know they don't know what they talking about, I can call them pseudo because it's
Right.
on the information. Because it's on the information in that case. But the way they've been using pseudo, they just using it wildly. You know
But
what I mean?
Because
they
they
gonna
don't have
call
the information you have.
exactly, and they gonna call you pseudo just because they ain't got it.
They ain't got it.
This shit is
That's
crazy.
crazy.
Well, don't bring
Crazy,
it
man. For real.
I
I
wanted to share this real quickly
Sorry.
with you guys about on the screen, just so that we don't get too far. When we were talking about
Okay.
just race, just to back up a little bit, this just came
I don't know where
from
Mr. Dick got
the
that.
Smithsonian. This is from the Smithsonian, so I'm not going to obviously read the whole thing, but
Smithsonian pseudo.
the world got along without race for the overwhelming majority of its history. The United States has never been without it. I love that quote. The world got along without race for the overwhelming majority of its history. The United States has never been without it because, as we know, the United States is considered a newborn baby when you
That
think,
line is definitely fire, Dots.
right? Isn't that a
Definitely
beautiful?
fire, man. Y'all ain't got no
That's a powerful
bombs.
quote.
Oh,
So race is human. Race is a human invented shorthand term used to describe and categorize people into various social groups based on characteristics like skin color, physical features, and genetic heredity. Right? Race, while not a valid biological concept, is a real social construction that gives or denies. Let me repeat that.
Yeah, repeat
Race,
that, please. Please repeat that.
race. Here we go.
Is
So
not.
race, while not a valid biological concept, is a real social construction that
Thank
gives
you. Thank
or
you.
denies benefits and privileges.
Okay,
Um,
take our shit.
American society developed the notion of race early in its formation to justify its new economic system of capitalism, which depended on the institution of forced labor, especially the enslavement of African peoples. To more accurately understand how race and its counterpart, racism, are woven into the very fabric of American society, we must explore. We're not going to get into that. What I also don't want to do is go into the trick bag right now and move the goalposts, because what I know a person is going to quickly do is highlight that those few words where I just read that says about the slavery. Where did it go, y'all? Here we go. Which depended on the institution of forced labor, especially the enslavement of African peoples. Because at no point in time, the ladies from Unscared One have never said that slavery didn't happen. Can we land a pin there? Okay, moving right along. Let's not do the trick bag. Let's carry on. We're talking about social construction, race, and how it's used as classification. Moving right along. The
I love
concept of race, as we understand it today, evolved alongside the formation of the United States and was deeply connected with the evolution of two other terms, quote unquote, white and quote unquote, slave. The words, quote unquote, race, quote unquote, white, and quote unquote slave were all used by Europeans in the 1500s, and they brought these words with them to North America. Now, of course, that can be, we can debate that, but here we go. However, the words did not have the meanings that they have today. That's key. However, the word did not have the meanings that they have today. Okay? I don't want to read the whole thing, you guys. I'm more than like, I can share it in the public chat, the link, and in the private chat. I don't want to bore you guys with reading all of this, but it gets into just like how these terms came about. I'll get to this paragraph that I thought in terms of self-identity. So white as an identity, right? So the word white also held a different meaning and transformed over time, right? Before the mid 1600s, there is no evidence that the English referred to themselves as being quote unquote white people. This concept did not occur until 1613, when the English society first encountered and contrasted themselves against the East Indians through their colonial pursuits, right?
Thanksgiving, Plymouth Rock. God damn.
Even then, there was not a large body of people who considered themselves quote unquote white as we know the term today. From about the 1500s to the 1600s, white, quote unquote, was exclusively used to describe elite English women because of the whiteness of skin signaled that they were persons of a high social class who did not go outside to labor. So just pay attention that they're really denoting and they are highlighting that there's a difference in terms of their phenotype. It's how they look, and it denoted their, how wealthy they were because they did not have to go outside and labor. However, the term white did not refer to elite Englishmen because the idea that men did not leave their homes to work could signal that they were lazy, sick, or unproductive, right? Initially, the racial identity of white referred only to Anglo-Saxon people and has changed due to time and geography, right? As the concept of being white evolved, the number of people considered white would grow as people wanted to push back against the increasing numbers of people of color due to emancipation, immigration. Boom, boom, boom. Now, the last thing I want to do, y'all, right, is just quickly play.
Go back up to that picture real quick. Go back up to that picture real quick.
Keep reading.
Uh-oh.
Y'all want me to read it?
No, you go ahead. Go ahead back to what you want to do.
Wait, this quote too is powerful. It says,
Big up New
race
York,
is
man.
a child. Well, this is one of my favorite authors personally, Ta-Nehisi, and I know he's big on the Pan-African, but he's still an amazing writer and poet. But race is the child of racism, not the father. Interesting, right? All right.
Shout out to New York, man. And the
Big up
islands,
New
man.
York. New York in the
Big up
house.
to New York,
Turn
man.
up,
Cook,
New York in the
cook,
building.
cook.
What did y'all want to say? I'm gonna pause that real quick. Family tree type stuff. I want to pause that real quick. What do you guys think? And then I want to play a few minutes.
Nah, keep on cooking. Keep on
What do
cooking.
y'all think?
Don't worry about
Let me
what we
stop
think.
and hear
Just
y'all
keep
Well,
on
I
thoughts.
think I appreciate what you're reading right now.
I
Keep
swear.
on cooking.
Because when as you reading, I'm thinking of a whole bunch of pseudonyms.
Right. I don't want to reply until you get done.
Please keep reading.
Girl, you cooked
Please
some
keep
fried
reading.
potatoes and some scrambled eggs
Yeah,
with cheese and
because we can always go back and then walk back through the article again.
Yes.
Say it again.
Phenotype
Okay.
is not based on genetics. Phenotypes is based on the eye taker.
Right. So here's the video, and then I'll definitely drop the link. I mean the clip. All right, but it's on the Smithsonian. So here we go.
Physical
I'm gonna
traits,
start this over.
physical appearance.
Hold on,
Did
y'all.
you know that it
Bear
was
with me.
largely considered a category of kinship or group
Bear with me,
affiliation?
y'all.
In the 16th century, we started to see the use of the word race in English, but it isn't attributed to physical traits or behavior.
All right,
Of
here we go.
biology, genetics,
Here we go.
genetic category. So, how did we come to understand it that way today? We all have a working definition of race. Whether you kind of understand it, hate it, claim not to see it, or study it, hint, hint, cough, cough, that's me, it still plays a role in all of our daily lives. From the way that people interact to the places they live and stereotypes they face, race is still a determining factor in our social structures, both inside and outside of the US. But full disclosure, I do a lot of US history, so this is a US specific video about race, since these histories operate differently across various contexts. Okay, so let's get started by asking, what were some of the earliest definitions of race? Well, before we started thinking of race along the lines of biology, genetics, or phenotype, aka physical appearance, did you know that it was largely considered a category of kinship or group affiliation? In the 16th century, we started to see the use of the word race in English, but it isn't attributed to physical traits or behavior. It meant quite literally that you were all members of the same household, group, or shared a common ancestor. But when did race shift to being less about kinship groups to sounding more complicated than the lyrics to I'm My Own Grandpa? Well, we can see that starting in the colonial era. And that brings us to our second question. Why did we see the shift in the idea of race in the 17th and 18th century? The answer to this question is firmly rooted in two things: the rise of global capitalism that was backed by slavery and colonialism, and a period of theorizations in Europe known as the Enlightenment. When the Spanish began the colonization of the Caribbean and later Latin America after 1492, they looked to native populations to mine silver and gold under brutal working conditions. They set about enslaving,
look at the people,
and murdering those who didn't comply. Thousands of native people died as a result of overwork, genocide, or because they were exposed to new diseases brought over with the Spanish settlers. And when England established its first successful long-term colonies in North America in Virginia in 1607,
I want to pause that back. I want to show y'all something.
Please do.
Oh, those Indians, those straight up Indians. You heard when she said they brought the disease over here.
I want to.
So, you know what I mean?
Wait, did you show the? Hold on.
Yeah.
Did I pass it, y'all?
Yeah, you pass it a little bit. The hit when you was like, look at those people, not that one.
Yeah. Talking about the images.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Race in the 17th and 18th century. The answer to this question is firmly rooted in two things: the rise of global capitalism that was backed by slavery and colonialism, and a period of theorizations in Europe known as the Enlightenment. When the Spanish began the colonization of the Caribbean and later Latin America after 1492, they looked to native populations to mine silver and gold under brutal working conditions. They set about
That's what I wanted to stop real quickly. So to you guys' point, when we were talking about this, right? And I know many a times I've heard many different people mention this, right? Like there's people that look just like me and you that were here across the continent, like not just out of Africa, right? Especially if you're not for that out of Africa theory, in reference that it really is a theory, right? So interestingly enough, though, when you think about when you were growing up, think about like when they were teaching all of us history, and we're all different ages. So just if you can remember back to like your history lessons, when they began to talk about the emergence of quote unquote melanated folk here in the Americas, it always started with this story of in the 1400s, right? Yet we know that there were people that look just like you and I that were already here, and that's a physical fact. But when we see these in history books, these are the pictures, and how it's taught is that they're here, they're slaves, and they must have came over by boats. But how do we know that these people that we see, let's say in this image, were not here already? Does that make sense?
Yes,
they were. I have this picture in my bill.
About that? Because I did a lot, I played a lot. I want to hear what you guys think, and then I'll continue to clip because it's a fairly long one. So I just want to hear you guys.
All right. So these are the Indians that they're moving off their land. If you look and you see that dude with the hat, he's what you would consider a conquistador or whatever. You see that hat right over here to the right? Yes, with the gun. They're moving us off. I got this in my bill on the American Indian slave trade. That's why I told you go back up to that other picture. These are American Indians getting taken off their land. And guess what picture comes behind it? When they bring in the other people in to put on their land. Same people that look just like them.
Okay.
What the thing is, while she was talking about it, she put these folks up while talking about the Indians. She ain't even talking about Africans right
Right.
now. She talking about Indians.
Right. She didn't never say nothing about no Africans. She say they brought the
Yeah,
disease.
but she is going to, because in
Yeah.
the future she's going to say that most of these Indians were killed,
Yeah.
died off, diseases got them, where they would have to go to the Africans,
No,
which
Mhm.
would.
I agree with that. I know that's coming. I'm just saying
Yeah,
right
yeah,
now.
yeah. I
The
was
reason
saying
why
as far as because people are going to be like that debunks everything
Nah, that's the
foolishly.
story.
yeah,
That's
Nah.
the
And
story that they said.
what we can understand of it is there's going to be multiple sources on this. So someone was like,
Okay.
is the Smithsonian debunked? No, there's going to be multiple sources where we can go and we can pull those sources so we get a more accurate depiction of the numbers. How many numbers of Indians would be left? How many numbers Indians enslaved? Seeing that Indians were denoted as Negro, colored, and black, just like the Africans. So it's not a thing to deny Africans, but without doing your genealogy, how would you know if your family are the Africans or Indians? You don't know. And there's not anything that's just going to say that it was all Africans after 1936 or anything like that. Like, they're not going to say it's all Africans that are left. They're just going to give you, oh, a lot of Indians died, and now here's the Africans.
So I
Man.
stopped this clip here on purpose before we continue, and I did it on purpose. I want to be very clear, right? To get out the emotionalism. So remember in the beginning, I said, let's not get into the trick bag. So I want to be very clear as we continue on. This is not denying slavery existed or that it happened. Let's be very clear with that. Okay? Let me be very clear with that. We also were talking about how a source or sources can be used and you can use it and it can actually fit both arguments. I think we always get kind of confused, and this is where the disrespect conversations sometimes come in or get a little bit dark, is because you got to pick a side, either or. That's not what we're doing here, right? All right, let's continue to play. Does anybody want to say anything else before I hit the go button?
Yeah, real quick, I just want to say the depiction reminds me of the Bonaparte murals, but proceed.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, these clips are, yeah.
I could say something, but I'll rather wait until you finish.
Playing or okay, here we go.
Long-term colonies in North America and Virginia in 1607, they looked to mirror this pattern of enslavement with native people, while also seeking copious amounts of silver and gold. But they had limited success with this route because, one, Virginia wasn't exactly rich in gold, and two, native populations were able to resist the efforts of early settlers through fighting back or escaping and blending into adjacent native groups. English settlers still wanted to make money off of this venture, so they began to look to alternative ways of making Virginia profitable. And that came in the form of tobacco. But a major problem with growing tobacco is that it requires a ton of labor, and the laborers needed the agricultural skills to turn the crop into cash. Because they had already met with sustained resistance from native populations, English settlers looked to other potential labor sources, enslaved Africans and indentured British laborers. There are some important distinctions to make.
But you see that they tried to enslave the
First,
people that's on these
indenture was a
lands first.
contractual agreement
they
with
were here, they
fixed
were
terms
brown,
that
right?
varied
Yep.
widely.
Yep.
Some indentured servants were brought to the
And she's
colonies
wrong
against their
because
will, either as
I
a
have a family
punishment
member that's
or because they
indentured
were children.
servant. It's not just
Terms of these
British that were
contracts were
indentured.
often very exploitative, but many came willingly in exchange for their passage to the new colonies. And
Don't
many of these
say, I gotta
indentured
run around the
servants
corner
finished
getting
the
that.
terms of their contracts and began
Okay,
lives as
hold on.
property owners.
All right.
Enslavement of Africans was an entirely different
Hold on.
category of
Let me
labor
stop it.
from indenture, because one, slavery was for life.
Hold on. Go ahead. Go ahead. You got it, Freedom. You said stop it. I did.
Oh no, I
Until
think she said
this
she was
Virginia,
going
too.
somewhere, and she said she's
Not
gonna
for a
be back
fixed term.
right back. But
Actually.
I would say the Scottish were indentured too. Irish, if you look into it, you're gonna see like there's more indentured than British, just showing like the faults and sometimes their logic. But it's like, okay, the basis is true, but then they say, oh, sum it up as indentured British servants. No. Indentured servants came in many forms of European.
Please go back to the settlers so you can pause it. So Too Black, Too Strong can see the color of the settlers in the
No,
second. Like they
no,
wasn't white,
no,
like we go all black. I mean, what I mean,
no. Just keep
damn.
going.
Okay,
Nah,
wait.
we're just gonna
So
keep going.
cater
That's
to your
what I'm
chat.
saying. Let's
Both of
not.
you there. Come up.
That's the trick. But this is what I'm saying. That's the trick bag, right? Like, let's not. What I don't. So the larger conversation of what we were talking about in terms of race being a social construct, and then going into how we are self-identifying, right? Because we can argue through the roof about whether everybody came out of Africa or not. We've been doing that, right? So if you're going to still stand on one side or not, that's an individual choice, right? That's where I'm at right now, because that's where this conversation is getting ready to go, right? Okay. So I'm going to play a few more minutes, because I said I was only going to play a few more minutes of the video to begin with, unless y'all want me to play the full 10 minutes. What do y'all want to do?
No, just a few minutes. We don't need the full 10 minutes of this.
Okay, I'll do about another minute and then we'll stop, okay? Because now it's getting into the history of slavery and X, Y, and Z, and that's a different conversation. All right, here we go.
Term or a number of years. 2, slaves were not considered human. 3, it was not a contract because it takes 2 consenting humans to enter into a contract. And 4, slave laws were enacted codifying hereditary slavery, meaning that if you were enslaved and had children, then those children would also remain in slavery. With the expansion of this system, there was understandably some resistance, even from Europeans. So in order to continue to justify slavery, we start to see the pseudoscience of race emerge that connected physical features, behavior, and legal rights right around the 18th century, when colonial use of slaves was expanding. Anthropologist Audrey Smedley notes that scientific ideas about physical appearance and racial difference in the 18th century were largely folk ideas used to justify already existing social norms. So as a result of the desire to perpetuate systems of exploitation, Smedley notes that scientific ideas about physical appearance existent social norms. So as a result of a desire to perpetuate systems of exploitation,
go back a little bit further,
more and more distinction
from where she started.
One more.
Okay.
Shit,
Right
we
there.
might need to watch this whole
There you
thing.
go.
Right there. Start.
Okay. Okay.
That's what I
around
was
the 18th
saying.
century, when colonial use of slaves was expanding. Anthropologist Audrey Smedley notes that scientific ideas about physical appearance and racial difference in the 18th century were largely folk ideas used to justify already existent social norms. So as a result of a desire to perpetuate systems of exploitation, more and more distinctions were made about the supposed differences amongst races, primarily the differences of Black people from their white counterparts. This evolution of race became more concretized after social structures of slavery were in place and not before, and was solidified by the Enlightenment. Which brings us to our third question. How did the Enlightenment impact definitions of race? The Enlightenment was a period of primarily European thought and ideological development that saw the emergence of some key concepts that tie back into today's discussion. First, there was a push in scientific communities to categorize the natural world using reason and creating elaborate hierarchical systems that emphasize the similarities between different species and subgroups and the inherent differences amongst others. And race was fitted into this same mold. As European theorists looked to classify the world into scientific groupings, physical markers that were already established social norms through enslavement and genocide were ways that they sought to prove that this was the natural order and not a social construction.
Boom.
For example, Thomas
here.
Jefferson,
Right
who was a proponent of concepts like individual liberty and freedom for white men, or those he considered his peers.
Okay, so and I'll make a copy of that for y'all. If okay, there you go.
Yeah. Drop it in the chat and stuff for everybody else. But now OTK, what did you want to say to that?
Nah, you good. I didn't know you was gonna stop it just that quick. I thought we was gonna keep on watching some more. I thought it was gonna be a little longer. Well, I wouldn't say that. I apologize. Go ahead.
Oh no. We just were going as far as for the part of race, because we could be talking to these people about slavery and the different components of slavery till we turn pink in the face and we turn flesh and bones. But this was just about the race part. Did anyone want to say anything about
what did she?
race?
I missed what she said. I missed that last part. What did she say?
I'm sorry, I was muted. I do have something I want to say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, go ahead.
If I can. And I'm not sure if it's quite on subject. I hope it is. Dealing with the different species. She went into the animals and stuff like that. So, you know, we got the polar bear in the north where it's snowy. I can understand why he exists. Then you got the grizzly bear in the woods where he's not easily detected, where a polar bear down in the southern woods be easily identified. But he's there in the north because he's better equipped to deal with that northern climate. And what I'm getting to is the problem that they're having right now in Israel. Those folk got the highest cases of sun cancer on the globe, or they say second highest. The people, those Ashkenaz, those people living over there in Israel, showing, uh,
Chicago.
well, yeah,
I get you. Go ahead.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Um,
Go ahead.
so I saw a program the other day where we were first called people of the sun. That noticed that because of our melanin, the sun is in agreement with us. So therefore, when I'm sitting there thinking, I'm saying, I've never been sunburned in my life. In my life, I worked outside. I did uh, uh, at Fort Belvoir in Virginia. I did outside work, cutting grass. I've been at beaches. I've been swimming pools. I never used suntan lotion, and I'm light skinned, man. I mean, you know, by all intents and purposes, my brothers used to call me the white boy of the family. But the point when I'm trying to get to, even though I'm light, I still have a degree of melanin in me to protect me from the sun. When I see the sun is being hospitable to certain people, it makes me think, originally wise, how are they really supposed to be here? Or have they been implanted here? How can, if there's a creator, make that mistake where he can take the polar bear and put him in Alaska, take the white fox and put him in Antarctica, and put the red fox in southern Maryland? He's that smart, but he's going to create a different person that the sun is contrary to and put him on this planet.
Go ahead, Pastor.
That's some strange shit to me. And even if God didn't do it, if nature did it, why would nature do that? When nature seems to look out for the bird, for the smallest critter, nature takes care of every species on this planet. Get along, except for that person. Why is that? Why is the sun killing them? And they ain't talking about it, man. That's the main thing. You know, in Israel, it's illegal for them to do a DNA test and take DNA tests in Israel. It's illegal. That's my 2 minutes. Y'all go ahead. Somebody's mic. Is that my mic?
It might be mine.
Hi,
Sorry.
Miss Legit. Hi, Renee. How you doing? Welcome to the show.
I'm good. How are you ladies doing?
Hey,
And
Miss
the
Legit.
fellas up
How you
here too.
doing today? How you doing, Queen? How you doing? Peace.
I'm
Hey, how you
good.
doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Hey y'all.
Yeah,
You got more heart than the dudes. You hit the link. God damn.
and I and I'm not gonna stay long, and I respect these sisters. We have some disagreements on things, but I definitely respect them. And I just wanted to say something, and then I'm gonna drop off and everything. But just in reference to the race conversation, and what I was gonna say about that is that the scientific consensus is that race is pseudoscience, and that and much of that has to do with the fact of scientific racism. Excuse me, in the way that was crafted and used, in a detrimental way, especially to Black people who some of y'all agree or disagree, I guess, that we're of African descent in terms of what Black means. But, that's, everybody has their own view of that. But what I wanted to say, though, is that um, race is based on in an indirect way. Race is actually scientific, and I'll show you how. Because race is based on phenotype, and phenotype is genetic. So I'll give you an example. If Joe Biden and Martha Stewart back in the day when they was young or whatnot, if they would have had a baby, their baby is not going to come out looking like Wesley Snipes. That's just not going to happen. So, and the reason that's not going to happen is because of genetics. Wesley Snipes' genetic and his phenotype, how he looks, his complexion, his hair texture, even the fact that he will be more prone to sickle cell anemia, all of those things would not be consistent. All of those things would not be consistent with Joe Biden and Martha Stewart's DNA and their genetics and their chromosomes that they pass on. It wouldn't be consistent. So therefore Wesley Snipes would not come out being their child. That's just not what's going to happen. um Now they could birth a child that looks like Justin Bieber, if you will, but they're not going to birth a Tyrese Gibson, a Wesley Snipes. That's not going to happen because of their genetics. So even though where people make the observation, right, they use lookership and things like that to determine race, that person's phenotype is still directly connected to what their genetics are. Just like I'm sure y'all look like y'all mama and y'all daddy. That's for a reason, because you have their DNA. And then you're going to have certain other racial, if you will, elements that are consistent. So when you look at things like your haplogroup and you look at those other genetic elements, you see that that's going to be consistent with people of African descent, that they're going to be more inclined to have a certain complexions, certain hair textures are going to be more common amongst those people, versus if you're looking at, somebody mentioned the Ashkenazi Jews or whatnot, their hair texture, their complexion, certain other genetic conditions are going to be different than those of people who are of Western and Central African descent. So while yes, race is a social construct, while race is a pseudoscience, and I think science really does that to try to get away from the political side of race, it still does factor back into phenotype, which phenotype is genetic. So I just kind of wanted to put that part out there, because I understand and I would never deny that it's a social construct, but not in totality. There is an element of biology that goes into it. And that's just what
Go
I
ahead,
wanted.
take your time. Go ahead, take your time. You ain't got to rush. Go ahead. Go ahead, take your time.
Yeah, that's just what I wanted to say as far as on that. And I would just say too, like, I understand, using the source and everything, but it's like you kind of use a source, but then you want to kind of cherry pick from that source. And so that's
That's
what,
what they
you
Hold
do.
know,
on, let her finish. Hold on, let her finish.
because that's the part that kind of gets me. So on the one hand, you want to accept that the other things that this person is saying is true in this video, but when they get to another part that you disagree with on the African element, then that part is not true. But you're willing to accept the other parts that are in agreement. So I just feel like that's kind of tricky there. You know what I mean? Like you got to kind of, and I understand using, you can break down certain parts and be like, okay, well, this might mean that. I get that. But I'm just saying it's kind of like cherry picking the source as well, though.
Did somebody do that? Because I was going. Did somebody cherry pick the source? Did you do it,
I don't think
Dulcie?
so.
She's saying because we're not doing the whole 10 minutes of that video. We're not.
Well, the
watching.
parts when she spoke about when she started talking about the African part of it, then that's when it became dicey, and it's like,
I don't remember.
don't get caught in the trick bag.
Hold on. That was me. Hold on. That was me. What part of the African? What part?
Because you said don't get caught in the trick bag, and you was talking in reference to her saying, speaking about the African slave trade and all of that, and so you were like, oh, every time that part came up, you said don't get caught in the trick bag with that.
Yeah, I was just because I was also while I was playing the video, I was reading the chat. And people were saying, like in the chat, some of the people were saying things like they were assuming that because I guess she was saying that when Africans were brought over to the islands or to the Americas, right, as slaves, and she also mentioned the piece of being indentured servants, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was like, yeah, see. And what I said was, I don't want anybody getting into the trick bag of the either or that anyone is saying that slavery did not happen. That's not the conversation. Nowhere did anyone, I have never said that, right? So like, let's put that out on the table. And I was also saying that the reason why it gets mixy and the reason why it gets a little bit like I feel like a hamster on a hamster wheel where we're going around the mulberry bush and going absolutely nowhere is when we get into the trick bag, because we're forgetting the nuance, right? That there were melanated folk that was already here prior to ships coming over, period. So when we're, and the second piece to that is sorry to say, but like when you are using a source, sources are cherry picked. When people are presenting their dissertations for a PhD, for example, and it's time for them to present, right, and defend their argument or what have you, or their dissertation, whatever it's about, right, they're going to use sources that aligns with that. That's what you do. The third piece that I also wanted to say is that just to lay that out is that Europeans also have sickle cell anemia, right? Now, yes, we can get into why that is, like, when you mentioned about the genetics. But yes, white people can inherit and do inherit sickle cell anemia, right? Even though initially it was pushed out there that, and it's a disease that is predominantly inherited by people of, as they say here, African descent worldwide. However, Europeans fall into that category. So this is what I was saying about race, it being a social construct. Follow where I'm going?
Yeah, but let me push back on a couple of things that you said. Like, what I'm saying is even within the same video, you're cherry picking within the same video. And that's what I just didn't understand. Like, you want to accept this part, and she's giving you a whole picture. She's giving you the whole view of this is how this happened, that's how that happened. But then it's like, well, just take out this part, and then the rest of that, and that's fine.
I guess I missed that.
Dots claim her African lineage.
That happened.
Hold on, everybody. Hold on, everybody, because actually it's me. My turn next. Go ahead, Renee.
And then I'll say this, and I'll bow out. But when you were just saying about sickle cell, for white people to get sickle cell, it's extremely, extremely rare. So you have about 1 in 13 Black or African American babies born with sickle cell. When you look at Europeans or other races that would have it, it's going to be like 1 out of every thousands, tens of thousands of people. So you got 1 out of every 13 Black or African American who can have the trait. But when you look at other groups, it's going to be far greater. It's not going to be even that comparable. It's extremely, extremely rare. So just like the Ashkenazi Jews, they have a specific genetic trait abnormality that you are would be extremely rare in anybody of any African descent. Same thing when you look at diseases like Huntington's disease and cystic fibrosis, for instance. Cystic fibrosis is extremely, extremely rare in anybody of any African descent. And typically, if you do find it, it's because they have one parent that might be white. They have like a more of a direct mixed race parentage going on. But naturally, people of African descent do not develop cystic fibrosis. So again, these are genetic conditions and genetic abnormalities that are going to be most common, most frequent amongst certain groups of
Okay,
people,
you're
and
off.
extremely rare for others.
Thank you
And
so
the
much.
timer needs
Can
to
I
be
just say something to that real quickly? And I'm done. It'll be
Thank
less
you
than
so
1
much
minute.
for
Let me
that.
just quickly.
Yeah, and then right after you is me.
Yes, my love. Just I'll be real quick. No, I hear you, Miss Renee. You're absolutely right that it is rare, but the fact is that they still inherit it, right? And rare in terms of even with that term. So yes, one in what three? Like let's say we're not in the United States, 1 out of 300 maybe white, quote unquote, white people inherit sickle cell, are born with sickle cell anemia. But if you compare 1 out of 300, how many people live in the United States of America? So what I'm saying is that while yes, it is rare, they still inherit. So I guess what I mean, like, back to the point that I was making in terms of
Everybody mute up but Dots. It's
as a
Dots' turn.
social construct, right? Sticking to that. That's why I was saying that it gets dangerous. But that's your opinion. I understand that, Renee. Thank you, though. That's all I want to
All
say.
right. So what the danger of this, what really happens when we're having these conversations, back to the race thing, and I want to get to the mishearing of Dots really quickly because people hear what they want to hear. She said as far as that we weren't going to have a conversation of being one side or the other. Her source said that there were enslaved natives and Indians as well as enslaved Africans. Anyone that wanted to fight between being on one side or the other, that's on them to do it another time. We were talking about race. People took that as saying that she's saying there is no African side. No, that's you hearing what you want to hear, you making up things based on other people's talking points and not listening to the people that are here before you today. Now, the second thing that is sad when it comes to this, as far as scientific, is that someone would say that this is in-depthly a pseudoscience and then turn around and say, but there is still some components that are scientific about it. No, there's absolutely no points that are scientific about a pseudoscience at all. You cannot go, oh, we can go phenotype. No, because how they lump in the phenotype is pseudo. It's pseudo because race in itself is pseudoscientific. So we can't say, oh, these components are scientific and these components aren't pseudoscientific. No, the whole concept of race is pseudoscientific because how they have done the grouping, how they have said, oh, this is what group this is pseudoscientific. And it's what everyone knows now. But we still have people just in our community that are trying to vouch for it for some reason or try to make it scientific when they themselves know that there's nothing scientific about it. We have to stop doing that. We can take out the pseudoscientific approach and we can actually have a real good conversation if we stuck to science. But this trying to vouch and say, oh, there's a way we can make pseudoscience something that is going to be scientific that we can use. It's not. It's never going to be scientific. And we got to leave it out of scientific conversations because it's only going to confuse the narrative, us keep trying to use race when we know for a fact that how they've used race and how they even created race isn't based on anything as far as that we can say genetically, or we can say as far as that are internal, as far as our DNA or our family genealogy, nothing. What they've used to use race or create race was purely racism to actually go against all dark people all over the world. So it doesn't even stop with Africans. It doesn't stop with Indians. It goes even to the Dalits of India. It goes to the Southern Asians all over the world. The Palestinians, they have used race to subjugate the darker skinned people, and we're still trying to vouch for it when we're the darker skinned people that they've used it against.
Is it my turn yet?
Yeah, that was my rant.
Well, I just want to say I love you, sisters. You two girls have really, and Miss Legit have really made your points. Now, I'm reading something in the chat says that is not what the source Dots presented said. It said that they tried to enslave natives, but they were. Did you hear what you just said? I mean, what
Unsuccessful.
you
Hey,
listen
y'all go ahead.
to?
Y'all talk to the woman, Sister Freedom. I got the dudes. Y'all go ahead and handle it. Y'all
Okay.
talk to Miss Legit right now. I handle the dudes.
Well, Dulcie already put that point to bed. You cannot have selective hearing. I don't know what's going on. Hi, Miss Legit. How you doing?
I'm good, Sister Freedom. How are you?
Doing just fine. I mean, you can have selective hearing, though. I
I want to
mean,
say something about this. I
I
really do.
um, I think Dulcinea and Dot's pretty much put everything to bed. I really don't know why people hear what they want to hear. I be dealing with it all the time, and it kind of makes me. I don't know why they want to hear us say something against Africans or hear us say something against Black people, or hear us say something against the Indians, or hear somebody say, I don't know what that's all about. Let me ask you this question, Mr. Do you agree that African is a colonized word, that it came through invasion, and that would make all of us pseudo to claim African because that is a word that was put on us, and we maybe not that.
I
Damn,
wouldn't say
y'all.
that makes.
Damn, y'all. We the topic of somebody else.
I,
Sure
I,
right now, boy. OTK Dots Unscrambled Mind debunked on the spot. Oh my God.
What
These
happened?
niggas need a fucking life. Niggas doing the show right now and talk about we got a debunk. They need a fucking life. Excuse me. They need a
Okay,
life.
I
Hold
don't
on, who
care what
doing the show?
who's doing that.
Yeah.
It don't matter. We handle it.
Well, just say it
Oh,
really quickly, OTK. Who's doing the show, and then back to you, Sister Freedom, or what you were asking.
yeah,
Who
you
doing
take
the
the lead
show?
on that.
Since you brought it up.
Some weird dude. I don't know the name of them
But
dudes.
we're
They
not
weird.
even gonna worry about. We can handle
But I
that
sent
tomorrow.
it
Oh,
to
okay.
y'all.
Then,
I sent it to y'all.
It's
go
okay.
ahead,
I
Sister
know
Freedom.
people trying to make us enemies, and we're not even trying to be their enemy. But oh gosh, Miss Legit. Um, you are aware that the word that after the invasion and colonization of that particular person, that Africanus, and then it starts spreading all over Africa. Would you call the people who are not African, because that name came from that particular invasion? Would you call that pseudo for us to claim something? Like if we got in our bag and said, "Well, shoot, that came from invasions and colonizations. We're not really Africans. We're Kibulanans or something like that." So would that be considered pseudo? Because we're claiming to be something that we're not, just a name that they put on us, a social construct.
no, I wouldn't consider that pseudo. And the reason I wouldn't consider it pseudo is because with like the etymology of words and different things like that, over time, different words are used different ways. So even if we refer to Africa as Africa or Acubulan, or if you want to make up another term, it's still speaking about that specific particular landmass.
But why
And the
would we
same thing.
call something fake if we had our own tribal names? If we had a name that we gave ourselves prior to them? So why? I mean, I don't see how that's cherry picking.
No, I don't think that's cherry picking at all. That's so like, for instance, for us in this day and age, in this time period, these are the terms that are used. We were born into speaking this language in these terms. The very same thing could be said about American. The very same thing could be said about terms like Indian. I mean, you
Right.
can say that about any number of things.
I'm just saying, yes, I can. But I'm asking you, since you spoke on cherry picking,
Mm-hmm.
so that would be like everybody's cherry picking and everybody's pseudo. I'm just
Personally,
saying.
I don't agree with that, because
I,
when I say cherry picking, like for instance, she was giving, and by the way, I just want to say I didn't make anything up. I didn't mishear anything when she was showing the beginning parts. people were saying, yeah, see, it's the natives and everything, and that was widely accepted. Y'all acknowledged that. Y'all were stopping, talking, and in agreement with that. When it was approaching the
No.
part where the lady was about to say about Africans, then that's when it came in like, oh,
No.
don't get caught in the trick bag,
That's not true.
you know.
What
So
she's saying, what did she? But she did explain what she was saying.
Yeah,
She
and
was
that's the exact point of what she was saying is don't get caught in the trip bag and think this is African versus natives. These are about African and Native American history. That's
not
what
only
it
that,
was
the
about.
fact is
It
that
wasn't
she
just
tried.
about African history.
She tried to show that the natives were being enslaved before the Africans were brought over. That's the point that's being made. And that's what I'm saying. She didn't say anything negative and made clear that she's not saying anything negative about the Africans bringing over. Her point was that the Native Americans were being enslaved first.
yeah,
I mean,
and they were.
why wouldn't they be? They came on somebody's land and they stole their land and tried to take over and this, that, and another. So it's just like common sense.
Yeah, but that's not really what I'm
But
saying,
what
but I'll leave it at that. That's
no,
fine.
Miss Legit, what did you see that she said that was the negative or derogatory concerning that?
She making an
At the
accusation that
beginning,
never happened, man.
at
Well,
the
I'm just gonna let
beginning,
her answer, please.
I'm just gonna
Let
let it
the
go.
lady
I think
handle it,
everybody can go back and listen
please.
to the beginning part. I'll just let it go. But
Yeah,
but
because it's just gonna go over the point where Dots was like, don't get caught in the trick bag. But the fact is she
There you go.
doesn't understand what the trick bag was that Dots was talking about. And
up
it
until
doesn't
the
matter that
point,
we explained it to her 3 times what the trick bag, only Dots can explain what the trick bag was.
Right.
right? But I listen, you know, and I would consider myself fairly intelligent. I listened and I heard what was being said up until the point where she was about to mention about Africans, the ladies in the video.
She was
Up
trying
until
to
that
make a
point,
point, and that's what I'm saying. When you say I consider myself fairly intelligent, and she made the point during the thing, and now after. Now,
well, like I said, we'll just agree to disagree. That's fine.
And,
To me,
and
before she,
your intelligence
Is
has
it
nothing to do
possible I
with
can
it's
say this real
inflating.
quick?
1 second, it's inflating the whole point of being like, you know, you're in somebody else's mind to know what they meant. You can be the smartest person in the world. You can have a Pulitzer, but you're not Dots to tell her what she meant. Only Dots can tell you what she meant, no matter how smart you are.
no, I'm not going in anybody else's mind. I'm talking about what she said and the way that it was handled. The beginning parts when it was speaking about natives, that was all like accepted and acknowledged. But
you
just
got
before
that.
it got to the African, okay.
You already got that set in your mind, Mr. Dick. You gotta stop that. We're not against any form of Africans. You gotta stop that. It's like you already having that in your mind. So even though she didn't mean anything that you're trying to say, you still trying to make it somehow in your mind that she did. But you can't tell me what she
Sister
did.
Freedom.
Yeah,
Sister
I have
Freedom.
no problem with agreeing to disagree. So I
This
feel
is
that's
what
how
she
y'all view,
captured.
and that's what my
Sister
view is.
Freedom.
That's what I
This
heard.
is
It
what
was
she
the
captured.
native part was acceptable.
Right. This is what she captured out of what she recognized. This
The
is what
native
she
part.
captured out of what she
But
recognized.
yet can't say what Dots did though. I don't want that in her mind because
I understand
what
that.
what
What
you
Sister
I'm
can't
Freedom,
saying is
she
that
gonna think
this is
whatever she
what
want to
she
think.
captured in her mind from what Dots relayed. We cannot give anybody any kind of context of what Dots is saying. We can't do that. Only Dots can express what she was expressing.
Exactly.
Right.
So that's
And
just
it was
it.
What she did, that's what I was trying to say. She did several times.
I know.
Right.
But we can. That means
Correct.
that if someone's convinced otherwise and it's going
That's what I'm
against
trying to
Dot's
say.
mind to say that she knows Dot's mind better than Dot's knows her own mind, then we gotta go
Good
to
luck
Exactly.
with
the
that.
next.
no,
We gotta go
that's
to the next
well, yeah.
conversation.
I'm gonna
You
just
know,
go ahead and jump. I'm gonna go ahead and jump off. I appreciate y'all letting me come up.
Renee,
yeah,
Maybe if
man.
y'all go
Renee,
back and listen, maybe if y'all
Renee,
go.
Renee.
Yeah, I was just closing out because I'm gonna get off.
No, that's okay. It's Dots. I'm sorry. 1 second, my love. Can Dulcie do me a favor and because I'll replay it. I'm gonna replay the piece that that I stopped and tricked over. But let me just, like, for like the 90th time, let me just say again, before I even started reading the article,
Or did.
I said, right, I made it very clear that I'm not going to read the whole article, and I'm going to play a clip, and I'm only going to play a few minutes of the clip. And that I said before the conversation continues and it goes somewhere else, right? And before, I just wanted to jump in about race and whether race is a social construct, because we was on that for a minute and it was a good conversation. So that's when we stopped and we played the clip. I didn't read the whole article. I skimmed it to certain pieces. I made that very clear. And I also said, when I was even reading it before I played it, I said, I don't want us getting caught in this trick bag of either or me. I'm going to summarize, right? Either or, me versus you, African versus Indian, me here. I made that very clear. I don't know what else to say. I really don't. And
There's
then
nothing you can say.
right.
Well,
and then when I played it, I stopped it when it was getting to that piece. I stopped it again and I reiterated my point for this very reason, because my intention about just reading pieces of the article was about race as a social construct, but somehow we have gotten stuck into, why did you stop there, right? What is, and then now it's like kind of unpacking and undigging. So it is what it is. Like, there's nothing else we could do about that. Would you like me to replay that part? And
No,
you also listen to Source twice in the public chat, and I said, for your further review, you guys have a ball with it.
no,
And
no, I don't.
question, Mrs. Legit, were you here from the beginning to know really what this show was about?
I was here from the beginning of her playing the video, and a few minutes
Okay.
before she started playing the video.
So I think that's the only confusion that probably you have, that you don't have the context of the beginning of the show and then why she was saying it.
Yes,
And that's probably your
understood.
only confusion, is because we started this show about a certain thing that Sonetta said to me in a video that Sonetta had said and played. And then she was doing this in the basis of what Sonetta had said, and not necessarily, you're probably thinking of another aspect and bringing it to another aspect than it was really on.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and let y'all ladies go. I got to get up early, so y'all have a good one. Thanks for letting me come up.
Okay, so I'm not going to replay it then. I'll
All
stop
right,
sharing.
Miss
I can
Renee.
review it at another time, okay? On your own time. That's all right.
And I know other people were trying to come up. I hope genealogy is root. That's the one we talked to, the genealogist, and we would
James.
tape
Yeah,
it.
that's James.
Hey, hopefully they
that's
can
James.
come up. But anyone that's been trying, y'all hit the link. Now's the time.
Hey, Dosey.
Yeah.
While
what's
you
up?
waiting and everything quiet, I got something posted. And you don't got to
Oh,
play all
yeah.
of them. But go ahead and play that real quick.
Well, I can post it for you, then you play it.
About urbanization, about unlettered, untutored, relatively uneducated peoples coming in large numbers, the sense that disease was a problem. All of these worries were amalgamated into a belief that immigrants caused these problems, and thus immigration should be held
My
down.
fault, y'all. Let me start over.
Many
This right here is the origins of
anxiety-
eugenics in America, the U.S. and the Holocaust. Just check this out. I'm sorry if I didn't start it from the beginning, but just check this out.
The anxieties about urbanization, about unlettered, untutored, relatively uneducated peoples coming in large numbers, the sense that disease was a problem, all of these worries were amalgamated into a belief that immigrants caused these problems, and thus immigration should be held down.
Many white Protestant Americans came to fear they were about to be outnumbered and outbred by the newcomers and their offspring, that they were being replaced. They embraced a new pseudoscience born in Britain called eugenics, which falsely claimed, with no evidence, that everything from poverty to prostitution, disabilities to what they called feeble-mindedness, could be eliminated if the individuals they dismissed as socially defective could be stopped from reproducing.
I wish very much that the wrong people could be prevented in time breeding. And when the evil nature of these people is sufficiently flagrant, this should be done. Criminals should be sterilized, and feeble-minded persons forbidden to leave offspring behind them. Theodore Roosevelt.
Theodore, not the
The
president.
idea was that the bad people have to stop reproducing, and the good people need to reproduce more. Negative eugenics says sterilize the wrong people, snuff them out. And that's the eugenics that the Nazis would pick up on.
Colleges and universities taught eugenics. Medical societies confirmed it. Clergymen preached it. John D. Rockefeller and Andrew Carnegie funded it. And some of the most prominent people in America championed it. Margaret Sanger championed it.
Yeah, just about to bring her
Y'all
up.
want
Were
me to
you just
keep
gonna
playing
stop
it?
it here, or I think
No,
it's good
I'm
here.
asking
We
because
can talk about it here.
I
We
thought
can
I
talk
heard
about it
something.
from
Yeah,
here.
it ain't nothing.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. I'll send it to you, Dosey.
Okay. Um, Nisha, are you still with us?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I don't have nothing to say.
You know she researching on that double computer. Everything somebody talking about, she researching it. You already know that. I heard her fingers typing with on the mute.
No,
Peace,
no.
Miss Nicole. You can go after, and then we'll just go around to Apostle next.
Excuse me. Good evening, everyone. First of all, great conversation. So I just want to say I kind of agree with what Nisha was saying earlier about how we can all self-identify what we want to call ourselves. I agree with that. But at the end of the day, when we all go outside, we all have the same issues and problems. So what are we doing collectively? We all look alike when we go outside. When we send our sons outside, we all have the same concerns. Us women, when we go to the hospitals, we all have the same concerns. So what are we trying to do collectively? That's where I'm at right now. Collectively, what are we trying to do? We all look alike. What are we trying to do collectively? Because as with Sister Freedom would say, the undone, they've come together collectively to do something. What are we trying to do collectively?
That's a great
Financially,
question. The
what are we
first thing
trying
we
to
need to
do?
do is find out why we got
Wait,
misclassified and why we claim it's we don't know who we are from the beginning, and that's why we've been being led astray. That's why we in this
Right.
position we in now. Where some of us has that African story, some of us don't, and that's the problem. That's why we in the stagnated place that we are now. Is because we don't know who we are, and because people have been telling us who we are. And
Right.
grandma,
But
Straight
great
smoke.
ultimately,
grandmama's
we know
One
grand.
we're
second,
here.
Miss Nicole. Can Straight Smoke answer your question, and then you can respond after that because he had
But
his hand raised.
I'm gonna be totally honest with you. What you're looking at is to be led versus you taking the heed for your family. Instead of you wanting to do something in your own righteousness, in your own morality, or in your upwardness, you're looking for someone to give you something. That should not be in your realm of thinking. You It's already in you. Just do it yourself. Stop looking for someone to tell you which way to go, how to think, how to believe. That's indoctrination. What you need to do is understand that you already know or you possess it inside of you. That's what your family gave you, just like my family has given me. I digress.
I understand that. But what I'm saying is, opposed to us trying to see how different that we all are, come together collectively so we can all build together and do more. That's what I'm saying. Because at
Okay.
the end of the day, let me just say this. At the end of the day, when there's a young melanated young man out there shot and killed, I see my son and I come out there. And I'm not saying, well, is he African American? Is he African? Is he Native American? Is he Jamaican? Is he this, that? I see my son that possibly could have been my son. That's what I see.
I get it. So what I'm trying to get you to understand is that um you know the type of woman you are. Okay? There is nothing relative to your life but what is relative to your life. No one can be like your own. You're allowing someone to what's the word for it? Project an image or an ideology or anything like that into your consciousness to make you think that you have to vibe with something that is not vibable with. You're not that person.
How are you
You
going to
did
tell me who I am as a
And then
person?
hold on one second. So after this we want to go to Apostle, and Apostle, I think you've been on the longest and we really appreciate you coming up. If you could respond and close out, and then Sankofa's in the back. We're going to let Sankofa up after.
Excuse me. Thank y'all, man. I got something I want to show real quick. Um, if I can share my
Yeah,
screen.
yeah, you can share your screen, of
We
course.
talking about eugenics, right? And Margaret Sanger.
Yes.
So let me do this. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right. We here? I'm gonna start playing this. I hope this is the right tape.
And she just didn't want to hear it. She just had the same expression.
No, 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 no.
Shalom Israel, Shalom Israel. Every time I see that clip from the movie Get Out, it reminds me of a conversation I had with a relative, and she had that same expression as I tried to give her the information about who we are as a people, according to the prophetic nature of the Bible, the biblical narrative, the covenant. I mean, I just give her so many precepts. I mean, I even quoted sources
I'm pretty much
outside the
sure this
Bible,
is
like
the
the Tanakh
wrong one,
address
but he's still showing.
black image in a white mind, enter Egypt with, again with ships, in the Jews of Spain
Y'all go
approaching with the
ahead and talk. I'm gonna
Inquisition,
go ahead and
a new
find
voice to Yahweh
one.
with carries
This is
observations of several
by
other countries.
Malak
I mean,
Yasharal.
there were
I want to find the
sources
one
that
that
was
this
two,
guy
three,
put out
400 years
himself.
old, and she just didn't want to hear it.
He
She just
is
had that
the
same expression. But
editor
anyway, family, I
of the
found
Sefer Bible.
this clip, and I spoke about it in the last
Let's see
video.
if he's gonna
And
do it.
this clip is from the Sefer Bible Publishing Company. I guess this gentleman's a rep, and he said something that's very interesting because I've when I was in corporate America, I've had conversation with Caucasian, so-called white folks that knew that we were the people, and it was amazing because they would tell me things like, it's funny that you're the only person of color, the only black man here that know who you are, according to the Bible. And it was amazing because there's a lot of these people out here that already know this. They've been passing this information down for generations. But anyway, family, it's a glorious time, because again, we're trying to come back to the covenant of the Most High and humble ourselves and repent for the iniquity of our forefathers. And again, for me, family, it's one of the most amazing things because again, you know, I'm humbled by the fact that he chose me to allow me to hear his voice and want to be obedient. You know what I'm saying? So with that being
This
said,
here
family,
might be the tape.
I'm gonna play the clip, and I hope this actually encourage you guys, inspire you guys to keep doing the work doing the work in the will of the Most High. So with that being said, as usual, peace, love, shalom.
Was that the clip,
Nazis, of course,
Apostle? Was
expanded
that
on
the
Margaret
clip or no?
Sanger's approach to eugenics, right? Eugenics was a movement that was born in the United States under hard doctrines of racism with the intent of eliminating the tribe of Judah, in the African American community in this country, right? To eliminate them. That's why she formed Planned Parenthood, was specifically to kill African American.
Talking about the lady we were just talking about. She formed Planned Parenthood.
Planned Parenthood, Margaret Sanger. He's talking about
Margaret Sanger and eugenics. And this is just, I mean, this is a white man that is an editor of the Sefer Bible. The Sefer Bible is one of the newest translated Bibles. In 2018, from the Dead Sea Scrolls, directly from the Hebrew text. It has no Greek text involved with it. A couple of the books come from the Aramaic text. The majority of this Bible was translated straight from the ancient Hebrew text of the Dead Sea Scrolls. And it talks about how because she knew that the so-called African American in America was the tribe of Judah that the Bible speaks of. And she wanted to annihilate us. So the original tape that he made, I believe, I just saw it down here. And this is still another one.
Many other different reasons why we use
with the intent of approach to eugenics
that have been mistreated. And clip, and I will be right back.
The Nazis, of course, expanded on Margaret Sanger's approach to eugenics, right? Eugenics was a movement that was born in the United States under hard doctrines of racism with the intent of eliminating the tribe of Judah in the African American community in this country, right? To eliminate them. That's why she formed Planned Parenthood, was specifically to kill African American, Black Americans. That's why she did it. Now, her eugenics program, under the Darwinian concept, that there was the possibility of an improved seed, which is fundamentally heretical to the creation. Yah created mankind and said it was very good. But yet, with the eugenics program that was developed by the Nazis under the Third Reich, this concept of we can do better, we can create the superhuman by using these genes and that genes and these genes and that gene. By genetic manipulation, we can create the superhuman. That was going on before World War II went to full-time violence. Now, after that, there has been a substantial increase in eugenics and its proliferation. Cloning is being done all over the world. A lot of it's being done illegally. It's being done on private islands and so forth. Again, you're seeing this idea of mixing the genes, because once the genome was mapped in the 90s, they were capable of doing cross-species breeding. And this is happening. This is happening in China. This is why you don't know what's in the food supply. You don't know how much human DNA is in the food supply. You don't know. You don't know if they've crossbred human DNA with pigs. So you're ordering your bacon from China, you're getting some part human bacon, right?
I'm going to stop that right there. And I just want to say this before I leave the air, because I wish somebody would talk about I mean a real have a real conversation about what just took place on January the 1st down in Miami. This is some real, I'm talking about stuff that people are so afraid of. They don't want to talk about it. But I'm gonna tell y'all, we need to talk about it. I don't care how outlandish it sounds. There's things going on in this country between Hollywood and the Rockefellers and the J. Paul Gettys and all of these rich folk and Hillary Clinton and these movie stars and these rap stars and all this other stuff, man. That's making us numb to what is really going on. So I'm looking for some people to really get some guts, man. Go out of pocket. Research what went down in Miami. And let's get some serious voices talking about that. On the Lions Den, if I may, we're going to be interviewing Sophia Stewart, the author of The Matrix and The Terminator, coming up. I think in March, around March 15th, I believe it is, if we don't do it before that. On the Lions Den, JT and Baby Hebrew and Sister Karima and I want y'all to look out for that on the Lions Den when it goes down. But maybe Thursday, Indigenous Black man wants me to let you come on, and he's going to be talking about eugenics and CERN and some other things that's going on in the country. So y'all check this out on my channel, Apostles of Quan, 28, 20, 25, I believe it is, or 26, I don't know. 52, 28. Yeah, 52, 28. But check me out, probably about 8 o'clock tomorrow. Indigenous Black man will be sponsoring the show on my channel. I love you, sisters. I got nothing but respect for y'all. Continue to do the work. To my brother, OTK, and the rest of y'all on the panel, big ups to you. Shalom to you. OTK, we get together, we'll talk, man. And shalom. I love all of y'all.
And on some real, Apostle, I respect you to the
Peace.
fullest, Apostle. Thank you, man. I always appreciate you, man. But on some real stuff, dog, ain't no talking when it come down to that. Once you mention my dead grandmama in a chat, dog,
OTK, you're not on mute. OTK, you're not on mute.
Oh yeah, he started getting in his feelings, but it's okay. It's okay.
No, but
ain't no feelings, Dulcie.
No, what he's saying.
I know. We're just not talking about that right this moment.
Well, wait a minute, though. Can I say something, Dulcie?
Yeah.
He didn't mean to do that because, I don't understand what the issue is why Dots is being pulled in this and why Unscrambled Minds being pulled in it. I don't appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? And it just don't make no sense because we're not trying to do beef tube and all that kind of stuff, especially with somebody we dealt with, you know what I'm saying, as brothers. Like, what is that all about?
What's going on, man?
And then to put Dot's name and put her up like Unscrambled Minds, I don't like that because it's not necessary. If you had something that you didn't like about what was being said, we never said we didn't welcome you to come over here or nothing like that. So what's the problem? That's ridiculous. It's very immature and it's
I think I was just talking about, he sent me a thing saying that he was no longer on the roundtable game.
Yeah, and that's what we're talking about.
I'm not even
we're just not saying their name or anything. But yeah, that's what we're alluding to. But we don't want to stick to the negativity because there's going to be a lot of negativity when it's associated when you're on this side the
Yeah,
feed.
we
There's a
ain't.
lot
I
of
mean, we ain't trying to
negativity.
do all that. It's
But
boring.
NAC, no one's scared NAC, but it's just we have a topic right now, and you're welcome to come up and talk about
Yeah.
But
We
we
not-
have a topic. We
Hey,
spend time. We put together a show. This is Unscrambled
Yeah,
Minds,
we
and
got
we
time
don't
for that.
understand. We don't understand the taking time for beef tube. We don't understand bringing up men that aren't even on our panel right now. It just don't make no sense. It don't make no sense what kind
Don't
of goofy stuff y'all got.
real quick. I just shouted out the Lions Den, and I didn't mention the CEO. JJ 7000 is in the chat, y'all.
My cousin, Apostle, you know we're related, right?
Yeah, I know. I heard y'all that y'all are related.
That's my cousin.
Hey, you couldn't be
You
related
told
to
me
a
you
better
was
guy.
my cousin.
Huh?
Then you told me you was my cousin. Then you
Well,
say,
yeah. Yeah.
yeah. So I'm just saying, let's keep on with the positiveness. We don't want we don't need that. That's boring to me. It gets boring, the negativity and all that. It's just boring.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know that's what that was. I don't know what's going on.
No, Apostle, we're going to leave that alone, baby, because,
Okay.
it is what it is,
Okay. No problem, y'all. If y'all want to, man, check out that whole tape, man, on the C for Moments, dealing with Dr. Stephen Pigeons. When them talking about that lady, Planned Parenthood. Years ago, I had some experience with Planned Parenthood, and I thought it was a positive organization. My first wife and I, she lost 7 kids. We lost 7 babies. Yeah.
Wow.
So we got involved with Planned Parenthood because of the rhythm system, the ultimate best way of getting pregnant and without using pharmaceuticals. Counting the days when she's going to be more fertile. That's what they was teaching us. So, yeah, we lost 7 kids, and
wow.
I think that's the reason why we didn't stay together. I think ultimately is the reason why we split up. She just couldn't deal with it. She couldn't accept it. But I got to be careful because I do got another wife now, and how I talk about
it. Hey, Miss Nicole, girl.
Yes, sorry. Come back around. I will say this too, y'all. Why I feel like we should not address any kind of certain negativity. I get it. We're content creators, and sometimes we have fans, and fans want us to address certain things. But I would say like you can see karma playing out when ain't nobody watching something.
Really
like,
must have.
It's like we're getting certain places. We see more people are engaged, and just by the engagement alone, some things just don't got to be addressed because it has no engagement.
I wasn't trying to have any unnecessary negativity.
I get it, but I mean, when it has no engagement, who cares? You punching at a wall, like you don't have engagement. You preaching to 2 people sitting here, and then they're gonna get more engagement by us bringing it up than they would have ever gotten.
And can I just say, you know what? Like real talk, shout out, screw the humility right now, okay? I'm just gonna say, all right. I'm sorry. I'm really going to send mad respect to the ladies of Unscrambled Minds. I'm sorry because what's crazy. It makes me chuckle, really and truly. It doesn't even anger me or enrage me. It really makes me chuckle when I think about it, right? Because as much shade, disrespect, shade and disrespect that Unscrambled Minds get, Dulcinea get, I get, Freedom get, or whatever. The amount of shade that we get, we really don't be coming back at all. We're like at all. We get all of, we see what's going on. We hear it, right? People always keeping us in a loop or whatever. But I really do feel like overall we don't be banging back, and we could, but we choose not to. You know,
Yeah, because
I don't
it's
take it personally. Like I
so
don't take it personal at all, because the one thing I always said when I came on here from jump is that at the end of the day, I really don't have any malicious intent, right? And if in fact, however I give it up, and however I say what I say when I say, because I want to say it how I want to say it, and I'm gonna continue to do it when I want to do it how I want to do it, because I can, right? That part all day long, exclamation point. It's okay if that gets you into your feels, or if your funny bone feels tickled. That's okay. But I'm not going to take it personal, because it's not. And I know it's not. I know it's not. Because in real life, if we ever met each other, you would love me. You know what I'm saying? Because there's no hate. There's no hate in my heart. So
right.
I'm not going to, it is what it is. But understand, I'm not as patient as Big Mama all the time. I'll be honest with you. All right. And it's only a certain amount of shade that your girl gonna take. Let's just be very clear. I just want to state that out there. So, but it's never in a sense of malicious intent. Y'all really not my enemy. Like, come on.
Well, I really always try to just send out the olive branch. You know what I'm saying? We don't know what be going on. Ain't nobody said nothing.
No hate.
And you know what I'm saying? No one's trying to, I mean, you was just our brother the other day, and now you on there trying to do some negativity. I don't understand it, but like Dulcie and you said, I'm chilling. You know what I'm saying? I'm chilling. I don't even want to get myself upset with it, because it gets boring to me with the negativity. The negativity is boring. It is. Find something to do. It's so much knowledge and information out there that you can present. Why waste your time trying to be disrespectful to another individual that ain't did nothing to you? It's ridiculous.
And you know what, Freedom, too, to that point, and because you're very protective, right? And here's a piece, Nicole, that I always say, and I know you've heard me say this, and I know my sisters have definitely heard me say this when I say about the, finding tribe, but also your skin folk and your kinfolk. This is a perfect example, right? As to why no time in history, think about it. And if anybody can tell me or give me an example, prove I'm wrong. But nowhere in history has anybody ever, or a group of people ever came together in mass under one banner. It has never happened in history. Based on phenotype, it has never happened in history. Never, right? And it never will happen. Just because you have melanin do not mean you're for me. This is a classic example of that. Just because you skin folk don't make you kinfolk. That's why I stand on that.
Own worst enemy, I always say it.
And that's okay. Because I don't want to be, I really don't. I don't want to be part of the collective. It's never happened in history. I don't think that it's possible, because it has never happened. Human nature is just too diverse and of itself. Hell, family can't even get it together half the time. And that's small.
And Doc, before you end off, can you answer? Well, no, I wanted you to pull in. What is your answer to Miss Nicole's question? That okay, we all look the same, and when we go out, we have similar struggles, and our children have to face the same things. Our sons have to face the same things. How do we go about it with this mindset of knowing that we can't all come together?
But I think we can all come together.
Me too.
When we stay in our lane. When we tribe up and press ahead, we don't have to all be under one banner to really believe in the same thing or having a common goal. But that doesn't mean that I have to self-identify with the next. And that don't mean that I have to accept a label imposed upon me that I never was around to say that I agree with that. In the sense, how I see that too? Like, how like this whole with the LGBTQIA kind of conversation happening, and how like now they're saying like if you're a biological woman and they're now calling you cisgendered. It's like, no, don't call me that. I'm not cisgendered. Right? Like, who said that was okay? But that is a term that is used. That's used as classification, right? That now you're cisgender. No. That's just an example that I quickly thought of. You know what I'm saying? So to that question, that's why I say no. I don't think that is possible for us all, because you have melanin to be on one accord and press forward. You can stay in your lane and still press forward. And you heal that by your trifecta: black man, black woman, black child, quote unquote, in your family, in your lineage, in your bloodline, in your tribal, in your clan. That's where it starts.
Tonight.
That's where it starts. And then our babies go out into the world and then they reproduce, right? And hopefully strengthen that their inheritance. Because that's really at the end of the day all we have. We were born as individuals. We weren't born as a collective. We were born as an individual. We weren't born black, right? You were born with the name. You were born with the last name. You have a mother, a father. Those are your people. That's how basic it gets for me. I don't want to be a part of the all if that's what that means, that I have to, because you share melanin, you skin folk. No, you're not my kin. You're not.
I agree, but I think for some things it's bigger on a bigger platform. I agree what you're saying to a certain extent, but I think for some other issues it's just a bigger platform. And that's why I say collectively, we all suffer collectively on a bigger platform. And that's what I'll stick to. Like I said, when we go out the house and we send our sons out, it's a bigger platform. And I understand what you're saying about your tribe and you raise yours, I raise mine. I get that. But when they walk out that door, it's the same fear. It's the same hoping they come back. It's the same as something happens to your son. It's like it happened to my son. And I'm going to be right out there with you. I don't even have to know you, but I'm going to be out there with you if
That's
something
lit.
happens to your son.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm gonna say this, Miss Nicole. On that note, I agree with you. I agree with Dots too, but I agree with you on that because I'm scared every time my child leave the house, my son. But in the mornings we're going to be having Sip the Tea with Unscrambled Minds as a morning show, and we want to have these conversations, like what you're bringing up about the boys and the differences, and you know what I'm saying, how to just like do better with the raising of our children and how to get them aware of things and this, that, and other, just different conversations in the morning, like early morning tea or coffee for some people, but we're going to say sip the tea with Unscrambled Minds. So if you up and anybody up in the morning, sometime you're going to hit your notifications, so y'all can see the show come on in the morning sometime. So since you brought that up, I just wanted to bring it up because it's kind of up the alley that I want to talk about in the morning about family issues, families.
That'd be good. That'd be nice. It's
Yeah,
needed.
it really is. Just some things that we can suggest and give each other advice on how to keep your relationship together, advice on how to prepare your children for the outside world, especially your little girls that's growing up, and how their virginity is priceless and very important, and just experiences that we may have went through, and we want to avoid our children having to go through certain things. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of the avenue that the morning tea, sipping the tea, will be concerned about.
That's gonna
So
be cool. That's gonna be a cool
there'll be a whole bunch of subjects.
cool thing. This is why. So too black, too strong. You know what? You still haven't hit the link, bro. You're getting on my nerve. Yep. So he goes. Yep. Dots is right. Black people shouldn't unite. That's so crazy, right? Da, da, da. You really. So either you struggle with comprehension of verbal expression, right?
Wow.
Or you are struggling with active listening. Either one, though, are both really important skills that as adults we really should have, right? Because again, and I'm only responding to your comment just to troll you back, and to expose just more of your foolishness. That makes no sense. It makes zero sense. Nowhere did I say that black people shouldn't unite. Even that term, but let me even go there, okay? But I just wanted to say that to you. Have a seat.
Oh, I love this Clint Eastwood. I love Clint Eastwood.
That's the truest. That's
Yes,
truest.
the truest. He's
With
coming.
Clint Eastwood, I love
Truest. Let me start off with peace, Truest. What's up?
Truist, are you on there? The Truist. Okay. Anyway,
Can I respond to what the sister was saying?
mhm.
So I wanted to respond to the sister Nicole. I understand your sentiment as it relates to everybody gathering together. I think the challenge comes when you put everybody together, what the ultimate remedy is going to be. Because it don't matter if you identify your differences in the beginning up front, or once everybody get together, those same differences are going to manifest themselves, because it's a different journey for each segment or group of people, because the remedy to this unified problem from each segment's perspective is going to be solved in a different way. So either way, whether it's done on the front end or whether everybody gets together and then the solution itself fragments everyone, that fragmentation is going to take place no matter what. So that's why, from my perspective, not only do I study the history side of things, but I branch off into the legal side to identify the legal remedies for, we'll say, the American Indian, if you will, because we do have remedy, and it's nothing like what the other melanated folks. I'll trying to be respectful here. Our remedy is just completely different. Our remedy is in the United States Constitution. So that's the best route for us to go. And unfortunately, it's a different route than everyone else.
Okay, can I just because I'm in the legal field, um so what's your remedy on the American Indian side? So for instance, if something happens, or if a young man it's killed on the street by an officer, what's the legal ramifications for that?
You're talking about after the fact. What I'm more
After,
focused on is being preventive, to keep
well,
people
I'm
from.
saying because you're saying
That's
you,
what we talk
but
about.
this is
Yeah.
what you're saying, um, because now you're separating us, even though we look alike. You're separating us. You're saying you're going more of the Native American route, legal way. So I'm saying I'm in the legal
No,
field.
ma'am. What I said was I'm going the American Indian route. And I also said that either way, the fragmentation is going to happen. If the separation doesn't happen on the front end, if you take all Black people in America and put them together and say, let's come up with a solution, the fragmentation is going to happen because each segment's path is different. It's going to happen either way. That's what I'm saying.
I think that a collective is not even reality. There is, I think, what people put in front of, a lot of people put in front of race is their belief system. And that governs you more than anything. So you could have a group of Christians and a group of Muslims, a group of atheists, a group of everybody, all the same color, race, or ethnicity, whatever. And there still won't be a collective just based on race.
But do we not have a collective problem?
I can give you an example, Miss Nicole. So
Do
let
we
me
not have a collective problem?
no, we don't.
How do you feel like we don't?
But I'll use yours as an example, the color of our skin. I was talking with some of my Hebrew Israelite brothers on Clubhouse. One of their remedies is that we should all go off into a country town, take over the town by force, and don't use their currency anymore, and start bartering with one another. And all of the sacrifices that need to be made, such as not using cell phones, not using internet, pretty much live like the Amish from Utah. That was their remedy. Now, are you willing to get down with that?
Maybe.
Nah. You for real, Miss Nicole? Ain't no baby. That ain't you.
If it was a
You ain't about to
listen, if it's a thought out plan, maybe. I don't know. I don't, to be honest with you, who knows where the world is going and if our back is pushed into a corner and how we may have to push back. I don't know. So I cannot say that I would not get down with the program. I don't know how it'll push. Let me just give you an example why I'm saying this, because I had to have a reality check. You know, once I was in New Jersey, okay, and I thought because of my age and because of how I looked, driving in an area in a luxury car, that I wouldn't be followed by the cops for 10 minutes, fearing for my life because I'm in a luxury car. I'm thinking that's more for, the younger generation or the rappers and, the thug looking people, that they bother people like them, not people like me. That was a reality check for myself. And had to fight for 2 years in court because I was racially profiled. That was a reality check for me.
How did that turn out?
It went really bad. I had to fight a whole system, and I'm in the legal system, and I had to fight it tooth and nail
Are you
from some
labeled as
racist
black or
people.
African American? Is
I'm
that
sorry.
your status black or African American?
In the court, it doesn't matter. They see me as a nigger, and I'm gonna
Are
be
you
real.
sure?
That's what they see you in court. I'm telling you, that's what they see you. That's when they see you when you're driving, especially when you drive in a fancy luxury car. That's what they see you.
Miss Nicole, when you walk into a courtroom,
When you walk into a courtroom,
is your status labeled African American or black?
when I walk into a courtroom, they see me as a black woman. They can see me as an African American woman. They can see me other than who they are.
Okay.
Period. They can see me any which way they want. They know I'm not them.
So the challenge, so here we have, so between you and I right now, if you're saying that we have a common problem, the color of our skin, if you're in a legal field, you know the importance of terms, and you know that a term can have, um, we'll call it a real world meaning, and it has a legal meaning, and those meanings can mean two different things. So you know exactly why I'm asking you that question, and you're choosing not to answer it. If you took millions of people, black people, and put them together, what you and I are doing right now is the same exact thing that's going to happen because everyone thinks about these things differently. So let me give you an example. I have a friend from Sudan. He is black as midnight. In the system, he's labeled a white man. That's what I'm talking about.
In what system?
In this system, when he came over here at the age of 11, when he and his brother was completing the Social Security application and identifying who they are in this system, it says anybody from Europe and North Africa should check the box white. So what do? Because he was a refugee fleeing the war, he wanted to make sure he followed orders correctly. He labeled himself, or his brother labeled him as white.
Well, you, as you were saying earlier, you can label yourself whatever you want.
Right. So that's why I'm asking you. When you walked into the courtroom, the classification white means something completely different than Native American. It means something completely different than black/African American. So if you're going into a courtroom and you're fighting a racial discrimination case, when you walked in, were you labeled black or African American?
Black.
Okay. That could possibly be the reason why your court case was so horrendous.
But it doesn't matter if I label myself white. When I walk in there, they see a black woman. It doesn't matter.
How do you
It
know?
does matter.
When I walk in there, I can say I'm red. But when I walk in there, they see a black woman. I
When
can walk in there and say I have no color. They see a black woman. When I was
Okay.
driving, they saw a black woman. I didn't tell them what color I was when they saw me driving. They saw a
Be-
black woman.
because in this commercial Simpson, everything operates off of implied implications. But when before you walk into a courtroom, a judge already knows your status. That's the first thing they check, which is also one of the reasons why they ask for your ID, so they can figure out who you are. So that way they can, I'm talking about the police. When the police pull you over, one of the reasons why they ask for your ID is to understand who you are so they can understand how they deal with you.
Right.
Because if you're a black person, but you're an ambassador, they're not going to treat you the same way. So one of the remedies for us is figuring out how we should classify ourselves in this commercial system. Because to your point, it's already going to be implied that you're black. But if you have this stuff documented correctly in the system, that you're not, according to you and your own research, then you will get treated differently.
So you're saying to me, if you walk in the court classified as a Native American, you think they're going to treat you differently?
Absolutely.
You, with the black skin, you think they're going to treat you differently?
Black means dead. How else should they treat you?
Okay. So what I'm saying to you, when they see what you're driving a car and they're racially profiling you and they stop you, you think they're going to stop you because you're Native American or because they see a black man driving?
Well, now you're moving the field goal
Now,
post.
I'm not moving the field goal.
I don't know why they stopped you.
They stopped me because I was black. They was
Okay.
racially profiling me.
Well,
Hold
take
on,
it
hold on,
like
hold on,
this as
hold on,
far
hold on,
as
Dulcie. Hold on, Dulcie.
okay.
Hold on, Dulcie. Yeah, let it go, let it go. So when you said they stopped you because you're black, is that what they said?
He didn't have to say it. I know that's why he stopped me.
Okay. And when you went to court for this racial discrimination case,
They knew it too. They
right?
knew it too.
And what was the outcome? Did you win or did you lose?
The outcome was I'm suing them. It's a lawsuit taking place. They
So
know
it's
what they
still
did.
going on.
They know what they did. And because
Uh,
they stopped someone, they didn't realize I was in the legal field and I had a lot of things documented and I taped everything. They stopped the wrong person.
What area of law do you practice?
I'm in litigation. They stopped the wrong person.
Okay. So
So what he did was he probably thought that I didn't know what I was doing. He probably didn't know that I had everything documented. Just all this to say, again, it was a reality check for myself because I thought that I was cleared from all that. But just to say
because
that
of your
again, when I
age?
walk out because of my age and because of how I look, and I felt driving in this white area that I would be fine, in a luxury car and I'd be fine. But no, me and my boyfriend, we would stop. And I was scared for my life because they followed us for about 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
You don't think that that's a false expectation that you set for yourself?
How do you figure that?
You said that you didn't think you would get pulled over because of your age. But you didn't mention that when you came up here. You said all of us had the same problem, which is the color of our skin. Now, if I'm looking at you in
I
this
just said it was
picture,
a reality check. That's why I said it was a reality check. That's what I
but
said.
the color
When
of
he
your
walked out,
skin has nothing to do with your age.
the color of my skin. But I just said it was a reality check from the very beginning. When we walk out the door, we all have the same problems. I said it was a reality check, and that's why I'm giving you the example. Reality check. Reality check. I thought because of my age, I wouldn't have this problem. But it doesn't matter about my age. It was my skin color. It was my
Right.
skin color.
You do understand what she's saying, though, right?
I don't think she understands what she's saying.
I understand what I'm saying.
So hold on. So she said that the problem. Okay, let me ask you this, Nicole. Before your incident, do you think all black people still had the same collective problem?
Oh, I do. I think
I
that you
think we do.
yeah, I do.
Okay,
We do.
so your age wouldn't matter.
No,
Well,
I
she's
said
thinking
that
that she would get
didn't.
more respect now that she was older.
But why
But
would
it
she get
didn't matter.
respect if she black?
But wait a minute. You're not
He's
allowed.
trying to stand in. He's trying to push the goalpost. He think he can trip me up. You can't trip me up. You can't trip me up.
Logically, you got to think about what she's saying logically. She's saying that she was thinking that now that she is older, she would get more respect.
But why would she get respect if she just said that we all have a collective problem, which is the
We
color
do
of
have
our
a collective
skin?
problem in a way. Let me explain something.
And the fact that
sis.
she's
Hold
a
on.
woman, you would think she would get more respect.
Swordfish, because you're trying to
Why
put
would she?
collective. Let me explain what I mean collective problem.
Well,
When we send our
I
sons
wasn't
out,
even finished, sis.
that's a collective problem. When we send our sons out, that's a collective problem. When
So
when
y'all
we
don't
go
know who
for the
Sandra
women,
Bland is?
when we go to the hospitals to give birth, that's a collective
See,
problem.
here we
So
go,
there's
man.
different collective problems we have, but as a community as a whole, they're collective problems. So come on,
All right.
let's not play games when I'm telling about collective problems.
Say what?
Why are you saying all right?
Because I'm sitting here talking.
Confused.
She cuts me because she just said that we have a collect. This is why I asked her the question. Did she believe that we had a collective problem before her incident? She said yes. Okay. So her age shouldn't be a aha moment as to why she got pulled over, because at the end of the day, she's still a black person. So why would you be surprised that you're getting pulled over?
Okay, I'm gonna give you a for instance, right?
Yes.
Listen,
He's trying to move the goalpost, but he can't with me. Again, we have a collective problem. What I'm saying in
Well,
terms,
if you got a collective problem, then you go solve it with the collective then, because since the 1960s, all of these guys that have been pushing this African stuff, I haven't seen one solution came out other than HR 40.
Stuff come in.
Well, she's grouping us all together. So
but I
if we
told you what I was.
But wait a minute. I saw
Lord
Mrs.
have
Cole was
mercy.
talking about being stopped by the police. Because see, if we all look alike, it's not gonna matter whether you Indian or African.
Thank you.
So
Thank
what I'm
you.
saying is, what she's saying is, it's a collective problem that we have just being black, because she thought maybe now that she's older, she would get a little bit more respect, or even if she's not ghetto-y acting in a sense, that she get a little bit more respect.
But Sister Freedom, if
I
you're
think
if
that's
you're
what she's saying,
if you're
upward.
I know, but the thing is, y'all talking to me as if my points are not logically sound.
No, I'm not saying that.
It doesn't matter how old you are. If you are a black person, according to what she is saying right now, you should never think that just because you're older that it wouldn't happen to you. You're black.
Okay. I hear what you're saying, but when you threw the black and stuff like that in it, that kind of where it kind of got confusing for me. But I do understand what she's saying.
And what I'm saying is what she's saying ain't making no sense.
No, it does make a lot of sense, because when
makes
you go
zero sense.
outside every day as a black melanated person, you have a collective problem like we do. Okay, getting stopped by the police, you have that problem.
So what's the solution then, sis?
That's why I said that's the solution. That's why I said, instead of us all trying to find how different we are, even though that I know we're different, maybe we should try to come together and try to solve some of the problems that we have collectively. The collective problems that we have. That's what I was trying to say.
Right. She said she agreed with Nisha from the beginning. You didn't hear when she said that she agrees with what Nisha says, that we weren't about who we are. We weren't about the social constructs, but we have the same worry about our children, making sure they're safe economically, that we're safe. That there's other things that she's saying.
I'm cool with people wanting to be different, but at the end of the day, you could be different, but collectively we have problems.
At the end of the day,
but when you're different and you live by different governing ideologies that govern your life, your outcomes and how you plan to get there are never going to be the same. So you're going to be right back where you started.
Let me say this. Lord forbid, if something happens to you or your family, I would be out there protesting for you because another melanated brother got hurt. I don't care if you're Native American, whatever. Just because you're a melanated brother, I'd be out there protesting for you and yours.
That's right. Me too. I mean, seriously. You don't get what she's saying, though, Swift. What she's saying.
I think y'all not understanding.
No, it's her, but this is
I'm
her
literally
stuff. That's
I'm
why we
literally reciting I'm
understand.
literally reciting it back to her. She's saying, why can't we all come together?
Yeah.
And I'm explaining that even if we came together, we're gonna end up back separated because of our own ideologies and beliefs. And I just gave you an example of what one group of Hebrew Israelite brothers believe the solution is. And that's the tempered down. These
And
dudes talking
what
about going to
you said is
war.
the solution? What'd you say? I'm sorry, I might have missed it. I might not have been. Would
Leave
you
the cities, go out in the woods, build your own generation, stock up on ammos, and then come back and attack. That's the solution.
But
oh
see,
my
no, wait, you know what though? No, wait, but that's and this is exactly. So this is what I think also to the point, and what I know I have said, Nisha has said, many of us have already about what is the collective? What does that really look like? And who speaks for the collective? Who determines what the collective problems are?
Exactly.
And then once you identify the collective problems, because if there's a collective problem, there's going to have to be some type of representative, right? There's going to be a head few that's going to have to be in charge. So who speaks for the collective? Who determines solutions for the collective? That's why I keep saying, for me, skin folk don't make you kinfolk to me. I don't believe in this whole idea.
But what she's saying is that when we walk out, when we walk outside, just being who we
I know, I heard her say that. I know, I got that, and I agree.
Well, I mean,
I know, I heard. But
And
hold
this
on,
is why where we at now.
right. However, but we've been here. But see, that's that's subjective, Miss Nicole, because where we are today is truthfully what I've been reading in history books since I was a little girl. Where we are today really and truly has not changed. If you want to call it a collective, quote unquote, from when my nana immigrated over here from Barbados, right? The landscape has not changed. I just think that we can progress. We have been progressing if we just understand and get out of the trick bag of thinking that there can't be progress unless we all agree on one mindset. I mean, but the last piece, and I'm done, was for me, what I was hearing, Miss Nicole, you was talking about the implicit biases, and right, these implicit biases, right? Driving in your car, what have you, you're in a different neighborhood, getting pulled over, immediately you're like, I'm being racially profiled, right? You go into the legal court system, and because of these biases, right, because of these implicit biases or what have you, you're walking in and you already, because of what we know and we live of as a Black woman or whatever here in the United States, that, you know what, they're going to be against me because of X, Y, and Z. Those are implicit biases. But let's go back to the initial conversation, right, when we started out within the context of it, right, of now using that and how race was socially constructed, right, to be an advantage or disadvantage based on those classifications. So, of course, there's a lot of nuance to any conversation, right? But I just wanted to highlight that and bring it back to our initial topic, and our initial point what we were talking on, right? Like in terms of how these things are created, and then how they become advantageous or disadvantages based on those classifications.
Facts. Well, I'm just saying, I do understand what she's saying and what she's trying to say, and I do understand what Swordfish is trying to say. But I think what she's saying, I felt like that mostly every single day, just because it's been situations and experiences that you have in life that give her the reason why she feels the same way. I've even been to court for discrimination just because I was Muslim. So, I mean, I understand what she's saying. I definitely do. And I think that you do have people pick on you just because you're Black.
Yeah.
Or what do you call it? Melanated. I'll say that for people who don't use the word Black. Use the word Black. I'll keep it respectful and say melanated, dark melanated then, or melanated, or you appear to be Black or whatever. I appear to be melanated. So I do understand that. Hey, Brother La, assalamu alaikum. How are you? You on there, Brother La? Because you're on mute.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, and you got a little echo, so you might got the YouTube open. Let me see. Okay, let's see. You got your YouTube on?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Peace and blessings to y'all sisters on the panel. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I heard the brother speaking, and I was somewhat still in perplexed with what he was saying. As us being all melanated people,
Facts.
if the police run down on you, they're gonna treat you as a black man, whether you define it as black, Aboriginal, Indian, whatever.
African. Yeah.
Furthermore to that, then he said something in regards to doubling back in the woods, going to get your gun, and start firing back, or handling the police accordingly. First and foremost, do you honestly have enough ammunition to go against the U.S. government or the police department in whatever selected city you live in? Like, this, the stuff that some people make up and say out of their mouths on this internet is crazy to me.
I'm just saying these police is something. I understand what he was saying, but I thought maybe he had heard her
I'm
a
not
little.
speaking about police. I'm speaking about, as Sarnetta would say, realism-ism. The bottom line is this: if you go in your house and had 10 magazines, and all 10 magazines is 50 rounds in each clip, and think you can fire at the police, when all your rounds is gone, they still got more. Unless you got a bullet making machine and casings and primer and everything in your house, and you've been stocking up ammunition for all them years, to that point that when you about to get into that gunfight, you have no wins against any law enforcement in the United States. Furthermore than that, most brothers is walking around the streets, don't know how to fire a gun, let alone clean it. They ain't never went to the range and just see what the difference is for headshots and center mass. They don't know. Furthermore, they ain't never seen what a bullet does to flesh. They ain't never killed the cat, dog, nothing. So why get up on here talking about firing at police? That's just crazy to me. But I'll digress though. I'm gonna just sit back in the chat and just
like
sit
Nepal,
back and just
they
listen
can't
to
even
y'all.
get along with doctor. How they gonna get along with doing anything to anybody else? That's crazy. But
Now wait, hold on for a
That's
second.
the point of the collective. That's the point right there of the collective.
Exactly.
The collective is a fairy tale. It's not real. So when we keep talking,
I don't think he means it that way though.
When we keep talking about let's unite, let's do this, let's do that. No, you live in your head is in the clouds. We can't agree on all of us on this panel. We don't even agree.
But we can't agree that the fact what she's saying is we can't agree that the fact is even though we don't get along, even though we got so much to argue about that causes us to be divided, we still got the same problem with the enemy. That's what she's saying. She ain't saying for all of us to come together. She's saying that collectively, because of who we are and the color of our skin, we have a collective problem. No matter what you choose to be, no matter what you choose your religion to be, we still have a collective problem with the enemy.
We
That's
have always said
not that we're going to ever get along.
But she
This
did
ain't nothing
say
new.
she did say that we should come together. And
I'm
then this
saying
brother,
it, even though we may not
no,
do
but
it.
the brother came on the stage as if I said that. And the only thing I did was repeat a solution that was mentioned on the internet, and he just tried to put that on me.
Now what he said was
Nah, he had it right. That's what was saying.
He literally just tried to propose this as if I hold this thought to be true, when the only thing I did was mention a solution that was mentioned by other people.
Yeah, well,
And
he
then,
wasn't saying you said that. He was saying he
no,
was
that's exactly what he was
hear him.
saying.
That he Swordfish is right, Sister Freedom. That's how he took it. But the thing is, the reality is that these problems, I don't know why people just acting like, oh, these problems just came about 10, 15, 20 years ago. We've been having these problems since day one. So now we want to have a conversation about what are we going to do about it? What happened in the 30s, 40s, 50s,
I
60s?
don't know how's going over top of people's heads. I don't get that. I didn't
Sister
get that.
Freedom, I
No.
understand we have a
Wait,
collective
let Nisha
problem.
finish.
Right,
Nisha, you gotta
damn.
talk, girl. Come on.
My bad, I apologize.
It's
Go
not
ahead.
that. I just don't, I don't be with the talking over people. So if they feel like they need to come in and interject, then their point must be
The
holding
only
on.
thing I said is I wasn't hearing that. I
I
wasn't
apologize, Nisha. I
objecting.
apologize.
All I said was I didn't hear that.
What I'm saying is that we've been having these problems forever, and I get what she's saying, that the problem that we have when we walk out the door is that people see just the skin. I get that. I understand exactly what she's saying. But the bottom line is we've been had these problems. So when did the collective take place to help eradicate these problems? So now in 2024, we don't have these problems no more. We still got them. So what we still talking about?
Okay, I'm can I say something now? I think that I've been and a whole bunch of other people have been trying to do something about it. I know I do over here in Delaware, but I don't know what other people do in their, you know, individually or whatever the situation may be. And I know we have continued to have this problem. It's probably because we don't come together and do anything about the problem. That we stay divided trying to do something about it. So I mean, I get what you're saying, but I get what she's saying. I just do. I'm saying we speak division. We speak it and make it come to fruition because we speak it. We say we can never come together. We never can do this. It's not going to happen. This and we speak that into reality. And it doesn't matter. Don't matter what you choose. The point is we still all do have the same problem. I'll be trying to get people to come together with me to go up to the city county building, all kinds of stuff. You know, I have tried to get the Muslims together, the nation together, all of the Israelites together, and I've done it, but not all the time where I can get them together to fight for a cause. But we need to get in these neighborhoods and let people know we got the same issue, and it ain't going to change until we come together and do something about it. Nobody care nothing about what you choose personally. The point is, when your babies walk out that door, what's on your mind? If your son ain't home at 7 when you told him to be home at 7,
That's the bottom line. That's the bottom line.
Can I ask a question?
So hold on.
So
Is it
what
okay for me?
Huh?
Is it okay for me to just clarify this with this brother real quick?
Of course.
What threw me for a loophole, brother, I listened to everything and I was somewhat still, is when you mentioned going in the forest, going to get ammunition.
He didn't say it. He said that's what the Israelites said. He didn't say it. He said that's what they said.
I apologize, sir. I apologize. I'm sorry about that, brother.
Nice, I guess. I good. Peace.
Yeah. Sometimes people don't hear everything, you know. But what I'm saying is, I see what she's saying. I wish we would give up dividing and see that no matter what we call ourselves, African American, African, Indian, Aboriginal, if your skin is melanated, we got the same issues. And I don't just mean with the police, with each other. I mean, we
okay,
really.
Can I say something? I haven't said anything in a while.
Go ahead.
I definitely understand that people have the same issues or anything, but the solutions aren't the same for all of us. Okay. Even if we take in account Miss Nicole's scenario, I have had that same scenario where me and my friends were followed for 10 minutes by the police till we finally just made a quick turn and they stopped us and said, okay, we're stopping you for a legal turn. What I did was I was like, oh no, I need your badge number. I need to know why you stopped us. I went off. My friend was the one driving and he had a warrant. He was like, calm down. And I was like, no, he just stopped us for nothing. So they ended up letting us go because I knew the law in that moment and I had an officer that understood the law, wasn't really trying to shoot us or anything, and was like, okay, this girl knows what she's talking about. They weren't doing what we thought. It was just someone called the police on y'all, so we had to see if y'all were drinking. Y'all have a good evening.
What
That is
did you
not
tell
going to
them?
be the same for everybody. That's the point. So when it comes to uniting us, the people that have similar things can unite together. That's the point of what Dots is making. It's not going to be ever a collective of 100% on one cause. But if you have 25% on one cause, 25% on one cause, 25% on another, 25% on another, that's all of 100 of us that are a collective. We just might not be connected on the same things because no matter what, we will never have all the same solutions from New York to Texas and any of the problems we have.
What did you say you said to the cop?
Oh, I told him he stopped us for nothing. I was like, you stopped us because we're black, obviously riding in a Benz. It was the same kind of Miss Nicole situation. We're riding in a Benz. You think this luxury car, the first thing you asked is whose car is this? It is the car that he got from his mother as a graduation. Oh, I was going off.
You said that this girl knows the law. What about the law was that?
Oh, no, because I knew that he didn't stop us for anything. The legal turn that we made, I was like, we made it because you were following us. So we were stopping before you even put your headlights on to be like, why are you following us? So we made no illegal turn. Now,
I'm glad you brought that up.
following us, and then he explained it or anything, and we went. We left on our merry way. That's what I'm saying as far as being like your badge number, all this other stuff, and knowing that he stopped us for nothing. And it ended up being that didn't want those problems and went on. Everyone's different. It even depends on the officer. You have to read the signs. Some people can show them a boob and be like, okay, now on your merry way. It's all different solutions depending on where you are in the situation. And there's never going to be like one solution for all of us.
And I'm glad you brought that up because that's another thing, because I have a lot of information pertaining to laws with being stopped by cops and this, that, and another on what you can throw at them, information that they don't want you to have.
Can I just interject just quickly? Can I just say something just quickly?
I think y'all digging into it.
Can I just interject quickly?
You too. I was saying something to Dulcinea. I think that should be another thing. If I get the information out and kind of try to get it to everybody, that we can bring up that information. Like when you stop by a police officer and you say certain things to them, you've seen it where they have to let you go because that information is so, got to get out that information and
Yeah,
start.
that's a fact. And I say again, that's not gonna help. It's not gonna help with everybody. Some people, I've seen my brother taken in jail for being in the passenger seat, but the police officer had a hunch and was like, "I'm gonna run your background because I think if I run your background right now, it's gonna come back with something." And they were correct. They came back with not paying child support, and they were able to arrest them. So it's always gonna be a case by case basis.
Absolutely, I agree with that, but still, you should still let them know. And that's true what you're saying, because I think that they run your tags anyway. And if your name, I mean, there's a lot of things they could do. I mean,
Can I just interject just quickly and say something? Dulcinea, you said something about like knowing the law. Same thing with me. But imagine if you didn't, or if I didn't know the law. And I think about the younger generation.
That's the key
And
right
that's
there.
what I think about.
That's the key right there.
And that's what
So
I
the
said.
solution is
If I
teaching the
didn't know
younger
the law,
situation the law.
let me finish. If I didn't know the law, if I didn't videotape, if I didn't have the evidence, if I didn't go back to the hotel, if I didn't do the time, if I didn't write this whole big essay, if I didn't do what I did, if I didn't write this whole big legal paper to the court, if I'm saying if I was 20 years old driving that luxury car, With the 20-year-old guy, we might have been killed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
That
because
part right
I
there.
knew the law and because he knew he stopped the wrong type of person, I wasn't killed.
Type?
Mm-hmm.
What does type mean?
Meaning that he realized I wasn't an ignorant black person.
Wow.
That's what it was.
But that means that
I
your
think that
solution, you already know your solution, girl. You know the law. So you
But
need to start putting on
no.
classes for
but
young
this is what
people
I'm saying
and
in terms
teaching
of
them the law.
but this is
I,
what I'm saying. I do stuff in my community, but that's what I'm saying as a collective. I'm thinking about the melanated kids. So that's why I'm saying it doesn't matter. This is why I'm saying at the end of the day, collectively, going outside when you leave your house, this is the problems we face. So I'm thinking about that 20-year-old. And I don't know if she
My scenario,
classifies
we were
herself as
younger than
Native
20.
American, Indian,
We were
whatever.
18,
I don't
19,
care.
and we were
Yeah,
black.
but
We were
yeah,
18
y'all
and
just,
19 in my
just let me
scenario.
know when. Just let me know when I can speak.
and 17 too, Dulcie. You know what I'm saying? When they
Well, yeah,
start
I'm
dropping.
saying we were in college, so we were 18,
Mhm.
19 in my scenario. We had a car full of people. Yeah, that's why they thought they could get some drunk college kids, and they did it. It's all, but that's why I'm saying the scenarios is so you're doing what you can do, but there will never be a solution that's 100% of us. And the best thing you could do is just get your voice out there for the law, because there is no collective solution for 100% of us. You're like that's just a thing. You
Well,
said, "Oh, I'm
Dulcinea, if
concerned
we
about
can
the
do
20-year-old." We
90%,
were younger
I'm
than that.
good.
I think we could try, but I had a situation because I was garbed up and I got stopped by the police. Well, see, I asked a fool anyway. They said, "But we get her by." Yeah, because I'm screaming rape, everything, all kinds of stuff. I'm not playing because I
Just
had
let me
no
know when I can speak.
reason to stop me. None. Tell me some my car looked like it was a car that was called in for stealing or something. This is my mom's car. Like it's not even a cute car, it's my mother's car. And they said, well, we're gonna put you in the back of our until we check it. No, you're not, because I don't trust you. So I'm gonna act the fool. I'm gonna act the whole fool. And I started screaming. They trying to do something to me. They tried just was saying all kinds of stuff. And the guy kept saying, we're not trying to do anything. And then the other people in the area start coming over, like, what's she talking about? And this and another. And I'm steady saying, if you gonna do something to me, then we going down like this. Everybody I was saying, get the name, get the tag name, get their names, they trying to do something to me. Why would you just pull me over? I'm fully garbed, niqab, everything. For what reason? I know that's why you stopped me.
Brother Lon, when you
Nope.
get done, I'm gonna because I had a question, but
I'm just saying that I agree with you, Ms. Nicole, because of the situations that has happened. A police officer has stopped my son and his friend because they got off the school bus and they were standing in front of a vacant house. And and the female cop told my son said, I've never been stopped by a cop before, this, that, and another. And they said, well, you will because you are black.
There you go.
The
There you
cop told
go.
my son.
Let me say this before Brother Law get in. You know I ain't gonna be long winded. Well, I don't have sons, don't have any kids, but what I would tell my younger cousins is, I understand that you might think that you know the law and all of this and how it works for some. But what I would tell them is to make it home and fight it from home. Then we
Yeah.
can. That's the main thing. So
Bottom line.
comply, and do what they need. Don't act stupid. Don't act crazy. If you got something in it's a way to be. And I'm not articulate when of a person. So and that's why I said what type of person, Miss Nicole, because you see how you sound and you see how I sound, but I ain't never had them problems. Because I know, regardless of what, I done been pulled over, stopped plenty times, but I always make it home.
I make it home too.
And I ain't never had no issues. I ain't got to sue. So it's sometimes you just got to you
But
got to
I ain't never been in no racist white
feel the
area
officer.
either.
You got to feel the officer too. and as soon as he come to the window, you got the feel him and see what you working with and know how to prepare yourself for certain situations. All this, I'm doing all this and all this crazy. No, I ain't doing none of that because I want to make it home.
They let my boy off that car quick. They ain't even really put me in because I was acting a fool. But how long we got? I'll give it 15 minutes.
Doc's gonna ask a question. Wait, Doc's gonna ask a question.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we already talked about this earlier, Dulcie.
I know, but that's why I said that we shouldn't be going back and forth, one of us. That was my point. Because now then it gets to a point that other people wanted to be in the conversation, but when it's only a couple of people that are part of the conversation, it's going to be prolonged because we didn't let those people come in when they should have talked. It was just going back and forth between two people. That's why I was saying is a thing that we got to address and got to figure out how to do it. But right now it's not cut off Brother Law and Dots. It's happened and Brother Law and Dots get to talk too.
By all means, you guys go ahead and talk what you guys was going to talk about. It's no problem. It's no problem.
Go ahead, Brother.
It's no problem. Go ahead, God. I don't want to just.
Brother Law, I done waited a whole extra almost damn near 20 minutes to ask you to say what I had to say. You was like, Doc, let me just get in real quick, and then it just spun off from there. So please, you have the floor, and then I'll follow up, please.
Yeah, at least an hour.
My advice to any young brother, for that matter, that may be watching this, from one black man to another older black man. You can hear what these sisters and other people are saying on this panel, listen to it, and it's accepting it in a situation in your life can be detrimental to you getting home to your family. Whatever that police officer is asking for, show them and give them whatever. Don't sit there and argue and be combative with a police officer saying, oh, what am I being arrested or I'm being detained and all that stuff you might see on YouTube. Don't try that in real life. You don't want to have no police officer going upside your head. You don't want to be embarrassed out in the streets and doing all type of crazy shit. It's just, I mean, at the end of the day, as mothers, as fathers, you just want your child to get home. That's just the bottom line. Just do whatever you have to do to get home. I mean, I get it, the legal standpoint that you guys are saying and things in legal terms you could say and this or that, but let's be honest. A lot of these young brothers now, they running around, their friends may be smoking weed and doing this and doing that. Just, you got to watch your surroundings, the people that you're around, and do whatever's necessary for you to get home to your mother or your father or your family. Whether you be 17, 15, or 70 years old. We having conversations about saving black brothers. These conversations, how to interact with police, white families don't have those conversations with their children.
Nope.
That's the bottom line.
Nope.
That's the problem. You can be an upstanding, good citizen and all of that, but at the end of the day, your skin complexion still serves you as being an endangered species.
Yeah.
It's the bottom line. It don't matter about none of that other foolish stuff that's going on. Do what you got to do to get home to your family.
Mm-hmm.
And I regress.
Facts.
All right, then after Dots, Nitro had come up and he hasn't spoken yet.
Okay, I'll be as quick as I can. All right, so here's the solution, right? Because we know we have all the problems. And I know we talk about that a lot, and I just say to this, what it reminds me of now. Yeah, I know my solution, right? So like think about it, because if I think about it too broad, it's like overwhelming and it gets a little bit convoluted for me, right? So like think about your neighborhood when y'all was growing up, right? Like, so in any neighborhood, don't care where you from, where you live, where you are, who cares? But in any neighborhood, right? everybody knows that person, right, that has that specific skill. So for example, there's always somebody in anybody's hood that, oh, you need, they do childcare. You need somebody to watch your child or whatever. Here's the plug. They do childcare. This person is good with legalese, right? They know the law. They know how to, politic through that. They can give you advice. So like if you have any issues with that, you know who to go to in your hood, right? They got the legalese on point. Maybe somebody is really good with their food and their nutrition. You get what I'm point, right? Meaning that they're staying in their damn lane, right? The overall goal and their focus is different, right? They're not trying to be a jack of all trades. You're trying to master one. Okay. So even though the overall solution, even within their lanes, may be different, the bottom line is that they're staying in it and they're mastering it, not trying to pop, right? I say that to say, moving forward with that, I lost my train of thought because I just saw something, y'all. Now y'all don't even want to, I'm not going to address that real quick. I just lost my train. Nitro, come in real quick, please. Give me 2 seconds. I got to step away, y'all. Give me a few seconds. I'm sorry. Nitro, you got it.
No, it's all good. Peace, everybody. What's up? What's up? Y'all good?
Peace, Nitro.
Hey, what's up, bro?
Man, I kind of caught. I've been catching the tail end of the convo, so I'm gonna just speak from my perspective. Being a '90s baby, I was born in '93. My sister 13 years older than me, and my parents were born in the '60s. So I got put on game about a lot being young, and um, I'm going to say this, and I'm not targeting any one person. I'm speaking generally from my generation to the elders. And I would say 50 and up, I would consider right now elders. I, I feel the disconnect is the accountability and how we're continuing this cycle of a downtrodden. I feel like when it comes to even having an intervention with somebody, let's say, prime example, you got a male and a female who met when they was young in high school. The girl ended up becoming an alcoholic, and the guy enables her with the alcohol by drinking with her. So he know that's her safe spot, her happy, little thing that she does, but it's really detrimental to her. And we build these type of toxic bonds in our situations a lot of times, and people are forced to have to pick themselves up. The issue is that as a collective, as a culture, we don't have good team building skills. And I'm gonna expound on that. So kind of like what Dots was saying, and it was a few other people have been saying, like there are things that we're great at. And because we say something about let's get together to fight the collective problem, but we don't reverse engineer the collective problem. The collective problem shows all the skills, tactics, tricks of the trade, all of these tools that we could be using to reverse engineer our real liberation. And we're not rising to that challenge. The way that we're going about it, like I know people my age and younger, then this convo don't go like this. When it's not, it don't go nothing like this at all. Even when it comes to dealing with the police, um people teaching themselves aren't the ones that's going out here doing crazy wild things. It's the ones that have been left out vulnerable. So the reason I brought up like the age gap and difference in my family is I'm aware of the things that happen throughout the decades that have led to the habits and the conditioning that we got. And my sister being, saying the age she is, a lot of the people who were adults when we were young and my peers watched them, they still had those habits to this day. And unfortunately, when people were in their lower self and they was young, the effect and the influence that they have or had then never was outweighed or countered later on. So men, we go through a maturation process. We get older, we realize shit. We be like, I messed up. I influenced some people the wrong way, and I need to fix this. But the fixing is very passive. We're not as aggressive as we were when we were trying to build our own journey, our own lanes. We're not aggressive to uh, go through a restoration process in our communities culturally. Prime example, when a lot of parents have children that play sports, they just send their children to school, and the coach is the new parent now. But it's so many things that have been going on that have been unfair to a student athlete that the parents have not been involved. And the reasoning is, working, all of these systematic things that we can put a finger on, but the counterforce to that hasn't had the same collective energy. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like our generation and below, we watch these things. So it's very, very hard to work through the conditional trust issues of people, not doing what they say they're gonna do or being selfish. All of these traumas that we all of us have dealt with, in impoverished neighborhoods. When some of us get to a certain purity in our journey, we forget how strong that force is. That if we don't build counter forces to these same forces coming together, it's very it's an oxymoron. If you wouldn't suggest to your youth to go hang with people who are throwing their life away, then you can't in the same breath say let's all come together. These different type of contradictions and approaches without being having the context or the proof, people are getting manipulated by YouTube influencers, people who seeming like they got some motion, and it's people right next door to them that really got something going on. So when you teach people don't talk to nobody next door, don't talk to no strangers, them folks ain't your for all. We have all been taught all these things, and it gets very confusing after a while. You know what I'm saying? It gets very confusing after a while for the same youth that people claim to be helping. Like, and when you talk to them, it's kind of like they like, I'm straight. I don't even want to get into all that with people. I'ma just do me. And the cycle continues where people have left their neighborhoods, started families in other places, and never came back to help their community, but feel noble by helping their own family that they created. So it's this cycle of we're not competing. We're not competing with this force that we all agree is allegedly a problem. We're even letting our own people get bought out by them forces. So the accountability, it gotta kind of be there when having these convos, because uh like I understand what people are saying about bruh solution might not be the wisest, but then what? So let's have a solution based conversation and not keep pointing out the obvious or things that could hinder us. It's like when somebody would give a suggestion, the first thing is to ask a million questions and see if they can jump over those questions, and then they can get through it, then we might think about it later. And it's like, is that really the spirit of solution? Like y'all said, we all not gonna do the same thing. We might team building would tell you you have offensive linemen and defensive linemen. They're not even the same. You have people who catch the ball and people who tackle people. You have people who shoot the ball, people who rebound. There's a for lack of better words, a divine unity amongst embracing the skills or the mindsets that we all have in our collective and using that to our advantage. Like, there are ways we can do that in finance. There's ways we can do that in real estate. There's ways we can do that in agriculture. We have AI, that we can ask questions and figure things out. These conversations get real redundant when that type of forethought isn't being, because it's not even about televising our plan. Like, bro, you can take fruits and make leather out of it. That's just something simple that is very obtainable. But if we don't come with that style of thinking, like all the ancestors, they taught us to who made peanut butter, who made the stoplight, who made the lawnmower. They used to quiz us on that type of stuff. Teaching, well, what taught them how to do those things when they was going through what they was going through? They didn't say, I need everybody to help me make this lawnmower. I need everybody to help me make this peanut butter, this soybean. They wasn't on that. It does get very dreamy and preachy. You know what I'm saying? Like, collect with who you own and mobilize behind that. And everybody else gonna fall in line. It's really not that hard, but we have to get experience in team building exercises and being able to actually uh, get everybody on the same page with little things like neighborhood watches, the homeowner associations, all of these little things that we just overlook that are training on a day-to-day basis that can teach a young brother how to be diplomatic when he get pulled over by the police. You see what I'm saying? These things help us to be able to have the skill set to talk to the officer. I don't have guns put on me and everything for looking a certain way, but I also have taught myself out of those situations by diffusing the insecurities and anxieties that they may have by the conditioning of being shown people that look like me harming folks. You know what I'm saying? So it's not as simple as just coming together, and that gets my, like, sometimes I hear that and I'm like, that sound like what them folks tell you. I got a little snack down here in the cellar. Just come on down here. We all family, and that's not. It's like everybody can't say that. Let's just get together. I don't want to be with everybody. Some people are very wicked people on the inside. So there's this, we have to speak more definitive about what is really a solution or a step towards a solution, and linking with like people, I think it's more doable. It makes more sense. It can encourage somebody to want to network, get outside, go talk to some folks, do something. Versus let's just all get along, because some people have traumas they haven't healed from, and it's very condescending to assume that they just can just get over that because we all have a common problem. Like they have problems I don't have. So am I gonna be inconsiderate of their problem? If that man feel like he want to go get guns, let's figure out, well, is it protection? How do we build protection for ourselves in these same neighborhoods that y'all scared y'all son gonna get killed in? Because these be my friends. So what I do, I take them to the gun range. I'm the one that's in the books with them. Like, hey, bro, let's read these same laws they arguing about. Let's read them. You know what I'm saying? So it's that type of thing where it's like we don't hold the same system that we say it's supposed to do this and that. We don't hold it accountable, and we don't even position ourselves or structure ourselves to be able to do that. And I feel those are one of the things that we can start with, is that if we create a template, then it will spread like wildfire. Like all of these social media challenges, we got the tools. Our grandparents didn't have no social media. They had to walk to libraries to learn something. They ain't had no internet, none of that. So we have the tools at our disposal. I don't think we thinking creative enough. And we shouldn't project that at our frustrations at other people by us also not having the answers. I think having that open mindset will allow us to see what are some avenues that we can start to compete globally and change our situation. You feel me? I ain't gonna be long way. I just want to kind of speak on that. Like we gotta change our tonality. If people really want to connect with the youth, like we gotta tighten up on that, because some of them are ready to work now, like do stuff now. But if we don't come with the plans or the it's something, then it's just we're wasting more generational talent.
Right. Peace. That was wonderful what you were saying.
Well said.
Sword is gonna go next, then
Well
Miss
said.
Nicole, and then we're gonna go back around and get ready to close out. So go ahead, Sword.
No, I think this was a good build, and shout out to the brother Nitro. That was awesome, man. Thank you.
No, I appreciate it. I appreciate y'all for listening. For real, for real.
All right. Dots. Okay. Swordfish, you ain't had nothing else to say, Miss Nicole?
Oh, Nitro, that was well said. I appreciate that. It was really, really good. Um, I thought this was a really, really great conversation, great build. I enjoyed everyone's comments, opinions. We don't all have to agree, but I thought it was great. At the end of the day, again, we can all identify how we want to identify ourselves. I respect that. I just, at the end of the day, look at the bigger picture. Um, I know that we just have a greater problem. And at the end of the day, I guess I have a deeper love in my heart for when we walk out into this world, knowing that we have a bigger problem, we have a bigger enemy. And, um, and like I said, like our sons, that's something that's dear to my heart. Um, and just looking out for us, you know. So that's something that I've lately just been that's been on my heart. So, but good night, ladies and gentlemen. This was great, and wait to the next show.
Peace and gratitude. Good night.
Good
Thank
night.
you. Thank you for coming up. Peace and good night. Uh Dots, Sister Freedom, y'all still not back? All right, Nisha, did you have anything to say? I don't know. Know if they're gonna close out.
We'll see. Dots. It says she come back and she was getting her tea, but I had laid down for a second.
Oh, okay. Well, we were saying our good nights and goodbyes. We're closing out now.
Because remember, I told you I hit that thing, and I don't know what it would allow, but I'm just saying, what time? What we're
Yeah,
gonna
it's
do?
been 4 hours and 22 minutes. So I was like, yeah, we go close. That's why I was like trying to get everybody in so we can say our goodbyes.
Goodbye, y'all.
So damn crazy.
Bye, y'all.
Oh no.
You closing it,
All
so
right, good night, y'all. Then, yes, good night, good night, good night. Thanks for rocking with us, Swordfish. You're the best. Nitro, thanks for hanging. Y'all in the chat. Peace to everybody that came on the panel. Y'all were dope as always. Appreciate it.
Peace, y'all. Keep unscrambling minds.
Peace,
Yeah,
peace.
nice. Where you been at?
I was in here, look, went to sleep on me.
I
Oh
was
yeah.
there.
And he said about coming Friday, right? Coming Friday
I'm
with
Yeah, yeah.
ready to do a morning show. We gonna try to do a morning show. Sip the tea with Unscrambled Minds. Sip that tea.
So
I don't care.
y'all
And
not gonna do Thursday night?
OTK, I don't know, he's still in the chat, but y'all support and go and subscribe to Open to Knowledge if y'all still are up and y'all want to stay up and have a longer conversation like y'all know normally hold us to. OTK has said volunteered as tribute. So y'all head over to Open to Knowledge 444 and y'all can continue the conversation over there. It'll be a good one for sure.
So y'all not going live Thursday because y'all doing Friday, right? Friday morning.
Oh wow, Sister Freedom talking about Friday morning. I'm
Yeah, I
talking about
get on
Friday
the
afternoon.
Friday night. We do Friday
Friday
night.
night. We're gonna do
We do the
Friday
Oh,
night.
weekend.
Friday night. Okay, cool.
I'm talking about just doing a little bit of something in the mornings. That's all.
No, we'll probably do it in the week. I've been looking at the statistics and stuff. So it looks like for the morning, it's good on Mondays. And I can see that like people at work, they ain't got nothing to do. They like, oh, what to do? They want to listen to people. We probably will do like a Monday morning type and probably the off days maybe. But that's up to you, Sister Freedom. What you thinking about doing the off day mornings when we
Yeah.
can?
Yeah. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday or something like that. In the morning time or Saturday morning because we do it Friday night. So I'll probably do something on Saturday morning. Just little conversations. Nitro, you might like these conversations.
I don't be up in the morning. I don't wake up till
Oh, you know
noon.
what? You know what?
He young, okay? He ain't getting up
Yeah,
in
I'm a
all
night owl. I be up.
But okay, I'm getting off. Thus, I'm going. Good night, sisters. Good night,
Good
family.
night.
Good
Good night,
night. Good
y'all.
night,
All
Good
right.
everybody.
night.
Good night. Good night.
Good night, everybody. Good
All right.
night, y'all. Have a good night.
Good
Go to
night.
Open to Knowledge. Oh, he's over here. All right. Peace, y'all. Good night. Good night.
Yeah, he said he's about to start and everything. And put it in the chat, Open to Knowledge. Peace, y'all. Good night.
Good night.